to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Has been slain. Has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Has been slain. Shut down. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned. An ally has been slain. Shut down. You have slain. Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. enemy has been slain. Turret plating will fall soon. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Has been slain. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
God! They can't count? Isn't there like a race joke with math or something in here? They don't understand. I'm ulting all time! Fuck! I don't understand this fucking game. Why does my ult just not go through anymore? It's bugged, man.
What's up, everybody? I've got a video here about Nice and some of the stuff he's been doing. He just made a video insulting Koreans, their region, the people in it, and yeah, it's pretty contradictory to some of what he said. But in the past, he's calling them really bad at the game, cringe, and this comes when he's always complaining about how hard the region is, how skilled everyone is. So it's a bit interesting, but yeah, he says some crazy stuff in this. I've also got some other stuff I'm going to go over, so let's get into it. Okay, but before I get into the Korean video, Nice has really been coping a little bit, and more than a little bit, and this is an example of him. Again, I've showed multiple clips of him denying his Trinity roll not working. He does it all the time, but this is one of the times where he goes, I mean, I hate to say it, but he goes completely ballistic. Like, you're gonna have to see for yourself. I might put a little snippet of it in the intro, but yeah, just watch how insane this man goes, because he doesn't press ult in time, and this is not the only time he thinks the game's glitching and that it's out to get him. But let's see what happens. Okay, so he's pushing the wave in here, and look, Wukong comes.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
He just can't do the turret. Okay, he dies.
I'm ulting all time! Fuck! I don't understand this fucking game. Why does my ult just not go through anymore? It's bugged, man.
And look how bad he is. Like, literally, he is just sitting there screaming, and like, he literally looks homicidal here. I'm not gonna lie. Like, look at that man. That is a depressed, mad man right there. Like, and mad as in crazy, because like he got insane that he didn't press ult in time. It's literally his own fault, and this is just an example of how mad and upset he will get when it's his own fault. The game's not glitching, and he won't take responsibility when his coaching was built around responsibility in the past. So yeah, Nice, you really do need to take responsibility for not pressing your ult on time. You do this all the time. Just press it a little bit earlier. Yeah, you're just misplaying, bro, and you're kind of throwing the game for your team a little bit. Okay, but getting into the video, Nice has a lot of things to say, and obviously the game is called Korea is the most impressive low IQ players, and this is him saying some almost racist sounding things to Koreans, and yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like, he really wants to do Baron here, I guess. Cho'Gath is down bot, so they can't do it.
God, this is so wild.
I don't even know why he's pinging it. Like, Cho'Gath is bot, like, they can't do it. But look, he's saying, Koreans. Like, why doesn't he just say, League players? Can they count, he just said. Referring to Koreans.
Isn't there like a race joke with math or something in here?
Isn't there a race joke with math or something in here? So obviously Nice is like being super insensitive and a little bit insulting, grouping them all together as Koreans and not as League players, or like usually people will say like, oh my god, these dweebs or something, or these like losers. You don't say these Koreans. Like, you wouldn't go to like America and say, oh my god, Americans. Like, that's why it feels a little bit wrong that Nice is saying this to me, but you can let me know about your thoughts down below. And I mean, yeah, obviously their race joke, it kind of shows what he's thinking here. He likes to make jokes at their expense, I guess.
They don't understand. The game is won through the objectives. Like, it's not won through helping the Tryndamere.
I mean, they're trying, and their team's actually doing pretty good, as you can see up here. His team's only down 1 kill, excluding him, and this game at the very beginning, Nice got a double kill, level like 1, from an invade, and so he goes 8/10 after that. It's a little bit underperforming when you got such a big lead to go 8/10. And yeah, people in the comments are agreeing with me. And look, people are saying stuff like, no cap, you threw this game hard, okay? And people are agreeing. And then obviously there's some Nice fans saying, oh my god, like, and this guy is even admitting that he ran it down and Chain died. Like, this guy is saying, yeah, he played amazingly early game, which I mean is debatable, but yeah, fine. and then he just ran it down. Okay, and that's a fact. Like, Neef kind of ran it down, and Scrim posted a video insulting a whole like group/race of people when he kind of entered this game. He played pretty mediocrely, and said some almost racist stuff. It's really hilarious. And yeah, look, Neef literally started this game 2/0 and then finished 8/11. Yeah, his team is the low IQ one. Like, how do you go 11 deaths? That's like an insane amount, okay? I mean, then obviously there's some copers and stuff, but they're getting ratioed, of course. Yeah. And, I mean, like, look at these comments. Like, no one is supporting Neef here. Everyone's just, like, saying that he's really dumb and making mistakes. Yeah, obviously that makes sense. Like, he is making mistakes, and he's being really insulting. Like, it's not okay for you to say this stuff, Neef. And, like, I mean, there's numerous examples of Neef being toxic throughout the game, but, like, an example of this is when his Nautilus tries to help him, and he insults him. This isn't even the worst one. Like, he's screaming and like, shouting and stuff, but this just shows whenever someone makes a mistake, he says Korean League of Legends, and, I don't know, like, this just feels wrong to me. I've said this before, but it doesn't feel right for him to just be saying Korean League of Legends. He could just be saying, like, oh, this is, like, bad mental League of Legends, or this is, like, loser League of Legends, or whatever, like. But Korean League of Legends, I don't know that. I think people like this play like this all the time, and this Nautilus didn't even make that bad at play. But let's hear what he says.
Korean League of Legends.
Yep. When a Nautilus tried to help him and ended up dying, Neef says that, and like Neef literally just died earlier solo. So it's a little bit interesting that Neef can say this kind of thing to people when he's making these same mistakes. And look, it's not like this is anything new. Neef saying Koreans are injured, like. 50 minutes of molding at Korean enters. He sees Koreans as enters, and he literally uploaded a video on. This is on Chilneys too. I guess did he change the ingredients back to Chilneys? Whatever. I don't really care, but it's him literally just getting mad at Koreans. Like, he literally supports this idea that Koreans are enters, and he's getting mad at them. Like, come on now, like he's literally just going out of his way to flame them, and usually you'd see people that dislike Neef making videos like this, but he made it himself. And like, I don't know, it's pretty crazy. Okay, and this is an example of Neef being kind of flaming and like insulting people a lot. He says, this is on his old account. It's kind of old. It's not that old, but this just shows how pervasive it is. I showed one 3 months ago. This one's like almost a couple months ago, so this is showing he does it now. He did it in the past, and he'll continue to do it, and it needs to go checked, in my opinion. So here's what he says: imagine losing to Shaco Top as a Korean with 9 milliseconds, and your video games are your life. So obviously that's a little bit insulting to them and their culture, saying that video games are their life. And then he says, can Koreans count? And as I just showed in an earlier video, the video that he just uploaded, he literally says the same thing, insulting their intelligence, insulting a whole race's intelligence. Sounds a little bit racist to me. Imagine if you were to say, can black people count? Oh, are black people not smart enough to count? Like, that's a little bit racist to me, and especially when he added on, like, isn't there some kind of math joke that can be made around this? But let me know what you think about this, and Neef is coping with their Trendimer ult, and Neef just insulting Korean people. But yeah, see y'all in the next video.
You're doing this in a kitchen counter space? I guess that's an option. God damn. Yeah, it worked out pretty well. Personally, I would hate not having room to swing my legs around, but this is pretty nice. This is like a fancy mouse, right? I've never used one of these. Because you're like further back because you have the keyboard and mouse on your computer, not on the desk. I've never done that before. That's dope. Gotta put my stream up on these. Vaughn took the $5. Smith & Wesson promoting the Proud Boys. Yep. Yep. You know, I think it's pretty obvious that there is going to be a pretty huge market overlap in the interests of gun companies and far-right fascist militias. I mean, who do you think buys the guns? Now, this is called Perception Brand, but apparently the font, logo, and branding of their PB is, like, used by the Proud Boys. And also, apparently, the business was founded on January 6th, so it's like a dog whistle kind of thing. I don't really know. Encourage chat to buy Ruger. I buy Sig Sauer, thank you. Sig Sauer is my manufacturer of choice. The back of the shirt is literally the Proud Boys uniform. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's not subtle. There's no ambiguity on this. Beelzebub, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Bassis108, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate that. I'll take a look at that Nature article when I can. Back to the Wuhan Lab League research stuff. Raviolupe, thank you for the $5. Narya16 and Rawa Sock, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those. Zegabiz and Raptor Sama, thank you for the $5. The Willinator, thank you for the 5. Glad you're able to get some. Deterring and Australian, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate those. I have not deterring. JT, thanks the $2. Your chair is heinous. The chair is fine. You got, honest to God, it's just like you guys, I don't know if you don't like have any cats or whatever. Having a little bit of your furniture torn up because the cats claw at it. I just, people care about this more than I do. I didn't even think about it. Put a blanket on it. I don't want to have a blanket on it. Bobo, thank you for the $2. Oh, that's from earlier. Karenya Hope, thank you for the $10. I gave up Twitter for Lent, and honestly, it's been hard but good for me. I don't doubt it. Still alive, thank you for the $5. I don't know anything about attachment theory. Sake, thanks for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Bone of my sword, thank you for the tier 1 sub. My pleasure. Alexander, thank you for the 3. Snowbuddy Snows, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. I'll give it a look, but probably not right now. Sake with the incredibly kind 4 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Maybe one day. Renako DL, thank you for the $30. I will most certainly reach out by email, but the primary topic of today will be the anti-theist department now. If that's okay, if not, I'm sure another conversation. Well, I can't make any preliminary promises about having you on at all, I'm afraid. I've been making a great effort to keep my schedule clear lately. I've been turning down probably 10 people to every one that I say they can come on. However, it wasn't, you know, it's no guarantee and it doesn't hurt to email me. Thank you very much. GarrettStir821, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Alright, that clears it. We get those quite often, Angel. Alright, hold on. Does nobody else feel like I'm a little bit more red than I should be? I think this is a color balancing thing. I just don't understand why it's being annoying. I changed my light settings. It's the shirt. It might be the shirt. I'm wearing a lot of blue. Alright, hold on. Almost ready.
Dominating.
Shut up.
Godlike.
Okay. We're all familiar, I imagine, with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. Not the first time he's been that. We've talked about him before, usually in the capacity of his horrible, fascistic governance. He's responsible for a lot of terrible things in Israel and in Palestine. You know, I think that a good way to get a read on his politics and priorities is the fact that he has actually given money to Hamas, the pro-Palestinian terrorist organization, because he wanted to subvert more politically minded civil governments in, you know, the Palestinian territories, and make sure they're being repped by, a radical group, which makes it easier for him to justify violent actions against the Palestinians broadly, which is not good. He gave money to Hamas. I'll Google that as well. Netanyahu funding Hamas. So this is a very, very, very classic, like, how do you screw over the little guy move? But one of the best ways that you can do this is if you make sure that the unstable terrorist group in the region is given money and power, you sow division, and you give them the ability to act as the de facto operative leader of the Palestinian rights movement, which means that you can delegitimize all advocacy for Palestinian rights. Do you guys remember when we as a community raised $350,000 for the Palestine Children Relief Fund, and multiple people, including David Pakman, speculated that this money was going to Hamas? It didn't, but people speculated that because, well, an effort has been made to make Hamas the only institutional power in Palestine. So, Netanyahu, not a great guy. There are actually like a million reasons. Let's try to you might recall that he's actually on trial. He's on trial for corruption. He is very corrupt. In spite of him being on trial for corruption, he became Israel's prime minister again in late 2022. That's weird. It seems as though the evidence against him, evidence that he is corrupt, is overwhelming. From my understanding of a complicated legal situation, it seems extremely clear that he is guilty of many of the things in which he's accused. And it seems like he's dealing with this because Netanyahu has been acting erratically out of defense of himself. At the beginning of this year, he formed a coalition with many of the far-right radical parties in Israel as a way of consolidating power. So Ben Gvir, I believe, is the sort of the prime example of this. Here we go. Ben Gvir is a pyromaniac, but it's Netanyahu who has given him the matches. The PM could have simply told the far-right leader his Temple Mount visit was counterproductive to Israel's interests. Here's why he didn't. Basically, we're seeing a very classic Weimar Germany move here, where the sort of institutionalist conservative politician Netanyahu has been more openly collaborating with ultra-far-right elements in order to consolidate power within the government. There are a bunch of articles on this, but we're still in the prelude. So, if you're Netanyahu and you're on trial for corruption in a case that you are probably likely to lose, what's something that you might be able to do in order to preserve your power? Right. Dictatorship. Article Law, which describes, in part, a series of changes Netanyahu is pushing for to the Supreme Court of Israel. This is in a legal term. We're not German, sorry. Article. So legally minded writing. Let me read a little bit of this, okay? And you can try to project, if you will, what I'm about to read onto what it would feel like if this was being done in narrative. The era of reasonable government in Israel, defined by a reliance on the reasonableness doctrine as a grounds for judicial review of executive branch decisions, may soon come to an end. Currently, Israel relies heavily on legal institutions to curb the power of the executive and legislative branches, both of which are controlled by the same political coalition. Recent proposals to change Israel's judicial system proposed by its newly elected government, we know who that is, seek to weaken these checks and balances, including severely limiting the power of the Supreme Court to review Knesset legislation, that's their legislator, changing the judicial appointment system from a predominantly professional system to a predominantly political one, and weakening the position of the Attorney General and other governmental legal advisors. The proposed annulment of the reasonableness doctrine would remove another set of important checks and balances on executive power, limiting the extent by which the legal system protects human rights and good governance. Or to summarize that, basically, Netanyahu controls the executive and legislative branches, and he's trying to phase out the judicial one. The judicial branch has the power to check the decisions of the executive and legislative, and he is trying to stamp that out. An end to the reasonableness doctrine, for those of you even a little bit familiar with law, is insane. The reasonableness doctrine is like a cornerstone of basically every religion, even remotely Western world. It is like a foundational principle of so many of the decisions that we make when it comes to how we should legislate and what judicial review is sort of expected to do. And he's basically just trying to weaken and fill with his own puppets. Now, we might be used to attacks in our democracy and we will protest for anything. The French will march down, to American acceptance. But these proposed changes to their judicial system are actually so massive that they're causing an economic crisis in Israel. The shekel has seen an 8% decline in an incredibly short time. That's a lot, by the way. And investment is being pulled out of Israel because the writing is on the wall that Netanyahu is literally just going to turn it into a dictatorship. Like, this isn't like a minor thing. This is a massive shift. Top venture capital fund calls on its companies to move most cash out of Israel. Citing judicial overhaul and illiberal policies, Bessemer Venture Partners warns of a new era of instability ushered in by an unrestrained government. Do you guys understand how unstable the horizon has to be for companies to withdraw investment because they're afraid of illiberal policies and dictatorship? Companies love illiberal. Like, you have to really be projecting some bad times ahead if it's leading to stuff like this. One of the major investors in the Israeli high-tech sector, Bessemer Venture Partners, issued a stark warning Sunday evening, that's just 3 days ago now, to its companies in Israel that they should consider moving cash and foreign currency out of the country's banking system. Since 2007, they've invested over $1 billion in Israel's leading high-tech companies. In a letter addressed to its companies, the fund's managers noted the government's plan to push through a drastic legal overhaul, warning that Israel was entering a new period of instability that is being characterized not by the unstable coalitions of the last 4 years, but the unexpected policies of an unrestrained government. In its first 6 weeks in power, the government regularly ignores the opinions and warnings of experts, including economists, bankers, investors, and business owners. Instead, it calls for the imprisonment of certain critics and attacks the media. But, like, again, we're essentially talking about their executive and legislative branch being controlled by either Nazis or people sympathetic to them. I mean, it's Israel, so not Nazis, Jotsis, if you will. Ultra far-right fascists with strong ethnic opinions. Be allowed in Israel, which type shouldn't. We'll just say that. And they are fully consolidating behind this. I mean, I don't even know how to fully convey the severity of the situation just in pure economic terms. companies do not withdraw billions from their investments. This is seen as like a pivotal. Corporations will leverage less money than this on Nestle's practices in Africa or on Latin American death squad. We are talking about a fierce prophecy of what it means. And there have been protests. About 160,000 people demonstrated Saturday night against the Israeli government's plan to weaken its crowd experts Ophir Iran, CNN. This would make it one of the biggest demonstrations yet against the legislation. That's right. This would make it one of the biggest single demonstrations yet against the legislation that has been in the works for weeks, no longer. They are really going ham over there. Let me see if I can't find. There we go. No sound. That's unusual. That's well, whatever you like. You might notice there are lots of people there. You might, you know, if you oh, sure. Prime Minister does go hard. That is true.
A weekend to demonstrate. Tens of thousands of protesters travelled from across the country, gathering outside Israel's parliament Knesset for a 6th week to demonstrate against controversial judicial reform plans. Many believing the new right-wing coalition government's decisions will steer the country away from democratic values and the rule of law.
I'm protesting for my children, I'm protesting for this country, I'm protesting for the country my father fought for, my brother fought for, my uncle died for.
Let's not critically examine the fighting that Israelis had to do to get the territory they have right now.
Echoing that sentiment is opposition leader and former Prime Minister Yair Lapid.
We will not hide in the houses as they try to turn Israel into a dark dictatorship. They will not shut us up.
The reforms would allow the Knesset to re-legislate laws struck down by the Supreme Court, and rule courts with a simple majority to influence the appointments of judges.
Well, we've seen people from all sectors of society here, teachers, artists, dancers, people from the LGBTQ community, as well.
She remembered the cue.
They're all here with the same message. They say they're concerned about the future of the
that the Supreme Court loses independence and will...
While we were filming King's Justice, we've seen a few times between...
Oh my god. Fucking nerd. Nerd. Look at this fucking nerd. Oh my god.
We've seen a few times between protesters and government supporters. The scenes weren't much different inside the Parliament building. Insults were exchanged between the ruling party and opposition members. After several hours of deliberation, the committee approved the judiciary reform bill's progress to be voted on in Parliament in the coming days. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the proposed changes are needed to rein in an already powerful judiciary. His supporters have also dismissed the protests as a refusal to accept the election result.
We said from the beginning we want to negotiate, we want to have a wider support for the bill, but it takes two, and I hope the opposition, some of the parts of the opposition, cannot acknowledge the fact that they lost the election.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog and his US counterpart Joe Biden have urged both sides to come together and build a consensus. So far, there appears to be little room for negotiation. The days, though, will prove vital. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera, West Jerusalem.
Yes, as Robert Heim points out, Netanyahu is currently in coalition with a group that is literally designated as a foreign terrorist organization. It was removed from the U.S. terror blacklist last year, but it's still on the specially designated global terrorist list. It's basically just an extremely far-right, anti-Arab political bloc in Israel. You know, basically all of them are anti-Arab. You know, but sometimes they're more anti-Arab than others. Zionism gained no political legitimacy until the April 2018 Israeli election. As a result of the Israeli political crisis, then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu attempted to gain by making it the party was barred from running and submitted. Yehudis eventually saw parliamentary representation in 2001. Itamar Ben-Gvir won a seat as part of a joint list with the religious Zionist party. Won 6 seats in the 2022 Israeli legislative elections and will be represented in what has been called the most right-wing government in history. In November 2022, after a memorial event for Kahane attended by Ben-Gvir, the U.S. State Department hosted a press briefing saying, "Celebrating the legacy of a terrorist organization is abhorrent. There is no other word for it. It is abhorrent." So, in case you were wondering how far things have gotten, the U.S. State Department has had a briefing denouncing the political wings that Netanyahu has formed a coalition government with. The U.S. State Department, which has historically been a very pro-Israeli organization, considering the fact that there are a military base in the Middle East. But they are so bad that the U.S. State Department had to step out and go, okay, this is actually disgusting. You know how bad that is? Well, the U.S. State Department does not have any official authority on trade to expand trade. Yeah, there's not really much focus on trade. It seems like the bill is they can protest all they want, but the coalition controls both the executive and the legislative branches. A convincing margin. So whether or not things are actually going to be stopped, you know. I don't actually know. Hold on. Netanyahu approval rating Israel. Do we not have approval ratings in Israel? Can we trust that rating? What rating? We don't have a rating. Too low to find. I wish it was as simple as that. I actually can't see any approval ratings. I just see, like, vote totals. Looks like Israel's national security minister has a portrait of a guy who did a mass shooting on Arabs. Yeah, Ben Gvir. This is the guy that we just talked about. Yeah, this was the guy associated with the far-right terrorist org. See? A party which espouses Kahanism and anti-Arabism won 6 seats in the 2022. Yeah. Is this a preview of America in 2024, 2028? Probably. At the very least, it's a warning sign. I wish I knew some kind of approval rating. I know that he won the election, but... This is the legislative election. Oh, that's right, Prime Minister. The legislative election is what we're looking at here. Well, Benjamin Netanyahu's party, the Likud, got 23.41% of the votes. What is the full coalition? I want to know what the coalition is. Hold on. Netanyahu coalition. Oh, well, 6 hours ago, there was a New York Times article saying Netanyahu's grip loosens amid Israel turmoil. So that's cool, I guess. I can't read it because of the fucking paywall, but it says splits have emerged from the coalition. I guess we'll see how things develop. EU diplomats were surprised by Netanyahu's lack of coalition control. European officials in Israel expected Premier to have more influence over the far right. Wednesday discussed rising violence. Surprised by Netanyahu's perceived inability to rein in his far-right coalition partners. Whoa, not being able to rein in fascists. Wow, that's crazy. Not that yet Netanyahu is not himself a fascist. Why would he rein that in when that's what he wants? Dark Excalibur, there is one of the biggest divides in politics is between the fascists who are sane enough to run a government and the fascists who are too insane to run the government, you know? Like, basically every American politician back in 1910 was a racist, but there is a pretty big difference between a racist who can put on a suit and tie, go in there, and do governance that at least somewhat keeps America afloat, and the kind of seething, frothing at the mouth Ku Klux Klan racist whose only position is their insane racial hatred and is actually incapable of any kind of governance outside of that. And that is consistently a problem. You mean like Trump versus DeSantis? I would say a better comparison would be McCain versus Trump, you know, or the neocons versus Trump, where there's been a strong fascist element in the Republican Party for a long time, and Trump, like, and the MAGA crowd represents a move towards people who aren't just very conservative, who aren't just anti-democracy, but are also like so committed to those principles that they're bad at governance, like really bad at it. They're not competent enough to govern. Elite IDF intel unit veterans threaten to boycott reserve duty over legal overhaul. Damn. Leaning on intelligence experience, former members of Unit 8200 say they've identified telltale signs of Israel at risk. Our enemies rub their hands together in glee. That's a pretty big deal. Well, again, we'll see how it goes. Do you think McCain was anti-democracy? I don't think that McCain was personally anti-democracy, but Republicans have been responsible for the erosion of our democracy for a long time. Going back to Reagan would be one of the clearest examples. Reagan was like a fully like corporatist, nothing matters except the bottom line dollar, super ultra racist, homophobe set. Like, he's really, really, really bad. He didn't weather at America's political institutions in the same way that, say, Trump does by openly attacking them. But yeah, Reagan, you know, contributed to the erasure of these systems in large part by being like super duper pro corporate, you know, like fuck over unions. Corporations have like basically limitless power to do whatever it is they want to do. Incredible power when it comes to maneuvering within our political system. And, is that fascism? Maybe not. It's neoconservatism, but it is fascistic in many ways, and it definitely like paves the way, you know? We'll have to talk about that later, solar eclipse. Mitt Romney and McCain were not that bad at all, IMO, but they both lost and Republicans started pushing for more conservative candidates. No, don't buy into that. Mitt Romney and McCain were both still really bad. The problem is that right now the bar is so low that it's difficult to see that. Not to mention, Romney and McCain have both defined themselves by being opposed to Trump's takeover of the party. But if Trump hadn't happened, if Mitt Romney and McCain had both been able to be president, they would have continued the exact same neoconservative policies that lead towards corporate control, de-democratization, and everything that essentially like led us to where we are right now. You know, for everything openly fascistic Trump is able to do, he is backed by decades of Republican legislative precedent with regards to corporate power, with regards to like what the news media can do, with regards to Supreme Court precedent. And somebody like Trump just couldn't really exist without that, you know? What differs neoliberalism and neoconservatism? In the latter, you hate gays a little bit more than in the former, basically.
Minions have spawned.
Neolibs also prefer free trade over protectionism. Well, so do neocons. At least nominally, but people have always been inconsistent on that. Vosh, you keep referring to neoliberalism as neoconservatism? Well, no. Conservatives and liberals are both liberals in a political sense. Neoconservatism and neoliberalism are both the same basic wing of political thought and economic thought. They're differentiated largely by severity and by cultural, positions. Neoconservatives are neoliberals, but also conservative. Much in the same way that, like, conservatives are liberal. It's relativistic, What are people who say they're socially liberal but fiscally conservative? Dishonest. The socially liberal, fiscally conservative wing of political thought, also known usually, or at least associated with libertarianism, has collapsed in on itself. Go look at any libertarian account, like on Twitter. They're all neo-Nazis. Like, seriously. They're all neo-Nazis. There was a time where people could pretend that libertarianism was some kind of like third wing, but it has instead taken the more aptly named third position because they are all fucking Nazis. Not good. Shouldn't be a Nazi. Not good, man. I saw that big deal. Libertarian Nazi like this? What? Oh, yes. The New Hampshire Libertarian Party Twitter account is probably one of the best examples. But you might also remember that Caitlin Bennett ran a prominent libertarian Twitter Twitter account for a while. I think it got banned. They were openly neo-Nazis. There were, Oh, guys, in case you think this is new, Ron Paul also wanted to repeal the Civil Rights Act. So, you know. That's true. How do they justify that? States' rights. They don't want the federal government imposing and telling, like, all businesses that they have to serve the black people. They want it to be a state thing. Though, of course, if you don't like the idea of a federal government being able to legislate that, I don't know why you would be okay with a state government legislating that. The whole states' rights thing has never made any sense to begin with. The idea of, like, oh, you know, we don't want this big law to go out nationally. We'd be okay with the states deciding. Okay, like, well, then why would you be okay with them deciding? Couldn't a state then do their own Civil Rights Act, and then people would be like, oh, well, the state shouldn't be able to decide, the county should decide. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Well, anyway. How's everyone doing this fine evening? I was wondering about what exactly I wanted to do next. I've decided that I'm bored of Returnal, so that's not on the money. I was thinking maybe we could do a bit of writing in the research document, but I think that would be quite boring for everyone else. Go for it, SDL. Lori Lightfoot lost. Yeah, doesn't Lori Lightfoot fucking suck? Also, she looks like she's dead. I still just can't believe anybody who looks like her is able to win any election. Like, she just looks dead. She looks like a corpse. It's like, it's just crazy, you know? Especially because people are usually way harder on how women look when they run. You know, it's like a guy can look like shit and it's like whatever, but if a girl looks like shit, it's like a big deal. So I don't know. Also, she sucks. Yeah, Crypt Keeper shit. Oh, this was just an hour ago. Lightfoot is out. Vallis and Johnson are in the April runoff. Mayor Lori Lightfoot finished third in Tuesday's election with 16.89. Holy shit. Oh my god. You were the incumbent and you got 16.89 per... Oh my... Holy fuck. We do not like her. Yeah, I know that. Just like Jesus Christ. I've never heard of this person. She's the mayor, soon to be former mayor, of Chicago. God damn. I don't know. How's Paul Vallis doing? Or Paul Vallis or whatever. Former education superintendent. Right, okay. So a background in education is usually a good thing. Grandson of Greek immigrants? I trust the Greeks. Led an effort to reform the school system, raise test scores. Oh, it seems he did a good job. Originated and supported a proposal to reallocate money earmarked for teacher pensions into a general operating budget. Oh, that's gonna make people unhappy. Vallis is the conservative? Okay. This guy's got a pretty long Wikipedia article. The month he launched his campaign, Valis appeared at a fundraising event for Wake IL, a political not-for-profit that has been criticized for its anti-LGBTQ rhetoric. In August 2022, I thought Lightfoot was a progressive. It doesn't matter whether or not she's progressive, she sucks. In August 2022, Valis condemned the group, saying, "I'm a lifelong Democrat who spent my entire adult life fighting hateful rhetorical and hateful groups." His claim of being a lifelong Democrat was called into question by some who pointed to campaign contributions from prominent Republican donor Michael Kaiser and Chicago Board of Elections records listing Valis as having voted in the 2022 Republican Party primary election. The Chicago Board of Elections later told reporters that Valis had not voted in the Republican primary, and records showed him as having done so were due to a coding error. What? Ooh, there was just a random error in the software that said, like, oh, this guy actually... It's not impossible, but that's... Okay. Valis has centered his candidacy on the issue of crime. Oh, no. He's also promised he would extend both the length of the school day and the school year? And he's pro-school choice? Okay. He's the only white candidate on the ballot in the 2023 mayoral election. 7 of the other candidates are black and 1 is Latino. Okay. The candidate most likely to court the police and firefighter vote received the endorsement of Chicago's Fraternal Order of Police Lodge, which serves as the city's police union. Many view him as being a conservative or politically moderate candidate. He's received significant campaign donations from conservative sources. In 2009, he said he is more of a Republican than a Democrat because fundamentally he opposes abortion, and stated that if he were to run for office again, he would run as a Republican. He was claiming to be a lifelong Democrat when he's made statements like that in an interview. Okay. On February 23, the Tribune released a report on an investigation of Valis's Twitter account, showing it had liked several tweets that used racist language, supported controversial police tactics like stop and frisk, or insulted the mayor in personal terms. Valis denied liking the tweets and claimed his account had been hacked. Seems to keep happening, huh? You all can blame Lori Lightfoot for this one. She's been nothing but a disappointment to the people of Chicago, and it's not surprising that her incredible failure as a leader has led to a rebound in conservative alignment. Such an embarrassing incumbent vote. What has happened in Chicago? It's just Lori fucking... Here, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna say it, even if they'll cancel me for it. Lori Lightfoot is also a dumb name. Holy shit, it sounds like a default name you'd roll if you looked up elf names in a D&D campaign. That it's just wild that a person is called that. Cancel culture will not keep me from saying this true fact. First openly lesbian black woman to serve as mayor of a major city in the United States, and the second openly lesbian woman to serve as a major. What is this? Unpopulous. This is a big Wikipedia page. She was president of the Chicago Police Board. Interesting. That's a halfling name? Ah, true. By summer 2018, Lightfoot had the highest funded campaign of any individual challenging the two-term incumbent Emmanuel. However, in the fall, Emmanuel dropped out of the race, and high-profile candidates like Gary Chico entered. Lightfoot picked up several endorsements. As close to the election as late January, Lightfoot's support ranged from 2 to 5% in polls. She surged in polls later in the race, consistently polling at or near double digits in surveys released. Huh. I just heard pigeons scream and it was very cute. Oh, here's Lori Lightfoot meeting with Ivanka Trump, interestingly. SDL is posting a form link in chat for signing up for the DSA, which wouldn't be a bad idea because the Vashite army might be able to have an outsized impact on proceedings in a delegate election, which is happening soon. Okay, I will say this. Lori Lightfoot's one term as mayor, beginning in like late 2019, did kind of set her up to fail because of COVID. Like, imagine winning a mayorship in an incredibly close race. You're like an upset candidate, and then like right after you take power, COVID happens. That's probably not great. As of June 17th, 2021, Chicago leads the nation in mass shootings. That's not good. Did anyone see that horrible clip on Twitter of that guy in St. Louis, loading a gun and just like executing a homeless guy really casually on the sidewalk? Like just he spent a minute just sort of like standing above the homeless guy with his gun and then he shot him? Well, some people saw it. Shouldn't do that. He had trouble loading the gun too. He was probably just high out of his mind. Public safety and police. In an attempt to eschew the spike in violence in Chicago, Lightfoot initiated Our City, Our Safety, under which extra police patrols were stationed in busy locations as well as in troubled spots, and free youth programs were organized by the Chicago Park District at about 100 locations. The free youth programs are a good idea. Lightfoot urged City Council to pass an ordinance within her first 100 days that would establish a level of civilian oversight in the Chicago Police Department. That seems nice. A lot of the stuff she's saying she wants to do are pretty good. Like, listen, Lightfoot launched a community policing initiative in June 2019. Later that month, she announced that the city's police department would not assist ICE raids, denying ICE access to the city's police database in an effort to protect the city's immigrant population from the threat of deportation. That's pretty cool. So what went wrong? As I understand it, she had a lot of good ideas, but I don't think she had the political will, the strength, or the conniving, like, do it dirty, get it done attitude necessary to make this stuff really happen. Like, all of the ideas were good, but ideas are easy. Having the right ideas is like, you can literally just go watch BreadTube videos for 5 hours, and it's like, okay, I now have a list of every good thing we can do in a city. The hard thing is knowing for a fact that implementing any of those ideas is going to be incredibly difficult. It can go wrong in a million ways. Like, it's incredibly tough actually doing that. And that's the problem. Like, it's not enough to know what's good. Knowing how to do it is the key. And yeah, Lightfoot did face a lot of opposition. That is true. In response to the pandemic, she created the Racial Equity Rapid Response Team. Cite clarification needed? What? Racial Equity Rapid Response Team. Somebody experiences a microaggression somewhere in Chicago, and a bunch of people in SWAT gear burst in through a skylight. On March 31st, 2020, Lightfoot announced she had secured 300 hotel rooms in the city's downtown to house first responders, which they could use so they did not need to go home and risk spreading COVID-19 to their families. That sounds really grim, but that's actually a really good idea. That's really nice. Having kind of like a professionally managed, like open, like temporary housing deal for, to like, you know? Yeah, it kind of sucks because literally, like, every single thing here that she wanted to do was like based. We lived during those times wild. This was only a couple years ago. Then what's your problem with her? Well, like I said, she didn't actually get it done. Was the not getting things done her fault? Okay, guys. It's complicated. Hold on. Jesus. Look at this approval disapproval swing, man. Holy shit. Fuck, look at that. On May 19th, 2021, Lightfoot stated she would only choose reporters of color for interviews on the occasion of her 2-year anniversary in office. Okay. This sparked considerable backlash, with many calling for her resignation, including Tulsi Gabbard. Judicial Watch sued Lightfoot on behalf of the Daily Caller, alleging Lightfoot violated journalists Thomas Catenassi's First and 14th Amendment rights. Well, that's dumb. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Man, I like... What's that Twitter account? End Wokeness? I hate to say it, man, and I'm not trying to give them credit or whatever, but I kind of agree with End Wokeness on this. If a white celebrity said this, she would be unemployed within hours.
And last but not least, who are you rooting for tonight?
I'm rooting for everybody black. I am. Betting on black tonight.
5 years ago here at the Emmys, you told us that you were rooting for everybody black. Tonight, Issa Rae, who are you rooting for?
Everybody black. Nothing has changed. It will never change.
Just... God damn. There's nothing wrong with what she said, what the fuck? Really? In fairness, it's a reaction to acting undervaluing POC, I think. No, listen, listen, okay, the problem is, okay, I'm busting out my cunt right now, okay? My opposition to racial bias is categorical. Obviously, in, like, a utilitarian sense, like, white supremacy is way the fuck more damaging than black supremacy.
So yeah, I definitely wasted my life. 2 months of wasting my life jungling. Because the reason I say that is because Riot is changing the fucking counter jungling and the gold, giving a lot more gold back, removing the counter jungling. So like the jungle items now deal 20% bonus damage against enemy camps, previously only applied. So let's just imagine for a moment. Let's just imagine a world where that change doesn't happen. What am I saying with that? Well, it was the past 2 months, 2 to 3 months. Well, 2 months roughly. 2 to 3. Because we weren't getting any, you were getting less damage in counter jungling, so you couldn't counter jungle, and you were getting like, your timings were basically shit. So now you're getting more gold, and you're able to counter jungle again. So yeah, I wasted my life trying to climb from that role. And I told you guys, no one listened to me. No one listened to me. I said the role was fucked up. And if you're playing like really fucking hard games, wherever your elo's at, and here, the Korea games are fucking hard. Jungle has like very, 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 very low IQ. And it's just goofy. It was a goofy role. And it feels good to be vindicated. even though everybody was telling me that I was tripping. Yeah, they're changing the jungle back to normal shits. I don't know what this guy's doing, but I'll take it. I don't know what he was doing, but I'll take it. I don't know where their jungler is right now. Otherwise, I'd go fuck him up. I didn't know what was happening, but I'll take it. You fucking kidding me? How funny is that shit? As soon as I parry, he comes marching out of the bushes. I didn't know what was happening, but I'll take it. How funny is that shit? As soon as I parry, he comes marching out of the bushes. Jarvan came out of the bushes like, what up, bitch? Got something for you. such a goofy fight.
I mean, they can just turn on the Baron. They don't need to kill this Karma. You want some extra money. He's a little bit behind this Ezreal, but they're just going to turn. Go for Baron here. Chovy rotating over. Taeyun is rushing over here.
Ezreal has ult, but I think this Baron will be gone. Genji also has Ocean Dragon Sustain. 6% of missing health every 5 seconds. He's going to try to ult. Let's see. Can it steal? Nope. When was the last time we saw an Ezreal ult stealing something in pro play? It just can't happen, especially because Smite is now 1200. I am personally really not a fan of Smite being 1200 because it means that even in late game at 6 items, champions cannot outsmite the Smite. A Syndra combo has a very hard time outsmiting a Smite. I think 1200 for Smite is just way too high. It makes it so laners have no say in it at any given time. You know what's also the problem with Smite being 1200? They buffed Smite damage, but they didn't buff like Baron HP. So like technically team comps can do Baron even faster because of that. Because of extra damage on Smite. I think Smite needs to be lower. Smite needs to be 1000, I think. Smite should be like 500, 750,000, I think. That would be way better.
No teleport, but there's no objective to fight over, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, and also he runs out of minions, so he doesn't want to kill the turret. Wants to head over and look for the Krugs. Bulldog is on the bottom side, no teleport for him either, because of course he didn't take it. And now in a position where Quantum Freaks can have the map.
We saw so many dragons stolen by random Varuskews at Worlds. Sure, but that's not the issue with Smite, that's the issue with Varuskew as a spell. If you think Varuskew is a problematic spell that it does too much damage, then Varuskew just needs to be nerfed according to the damage to epic monsters, and that's very easy to balance. It's the same when Jinx Rocket was stealing every objective. Like, sure, Jinx Rocket was just doing too much damage, that's it.
Up to 6 kills now. I think he might actually be about to break that record. One more. Yeah, one more and he breaks it.
I think it's cool to see Ezreal ult stealing an objective. It's so rare anyway. Riot should like buff Ezreal ult damage to epic monsters, I'm not kidding.
Now, one such as myself, successful as I am, has seen a lot of failure in my life, right? In fact, with me at the top of the pyramid, at the front of the race, I would go so as far as to say even that I just stood by and observed everybody else in my life fail, my friends, my colleagues. You know, I just invited them to come along with me if they wanted to. They could join me on my journey, and everybody has just said, no, they're good on their own. They're going to continue down their path, and they just went into ruin. And I went onto the path of success. So I have this weird thing about me where I would say to myself, I will let you fail. I let other people fail because they just don't want to join me on my path. And I've had to just accept and make peace with the fact that I need to let other people fail. I need to let them make their own mistakes. And hopefully they will learn from them. Some will recover, some never will. Now, this is important because society tends to tell us that we need to help each other, right? Like, just be a helpful person, help each other out, but maybe it's time that we stop helping each other so much, because what happens is people learn to take advantage of us and they learn helplessness on their own. And really what happens is we create a society of victims, victim mentality, because people learn by acting helpless and by not helping themselves that other people would come and help them for them. And we have a society of weak people. And, you know, maybe we should just let people go off into ruin, go off into their own failures, and then they will learn that they need to watch out for themselves. And that people like me, they can't count on me to just always be lending them a hand, always coming by, always being that safety net for them. And in particular, it is our friends and family that prey on our kindness because they know we're not going to abandon them. We're not going to just leave them behind. So they just treat us poorly, they misbehave, and they do this because they know the other person is not going to be mean to them, they're not going to abandon them. You don't have it in you to be mean to me. I know you. You're not going to leave me behind. I can just act like total trash, I can say whatever I want to you, and you're still going to be kind to me. At the end of the day, you're still gonna back me up because I know you, you're a big softie. So I'm gonna just do whatever I want around here. And I'm gonna be the victim, and you're gonna help me be a victim. So recently this happened to me with my dad, again, you know, so my stupid dad. So I was on a road trip with my dad, and he decided that he didn't want to join in on my plans, and he wanted to just get off on the side of the road. And I told him, you're gonna come and destroy my trip, you're gonna ruin my whole road trip, and just get off on the side of the road because you want to be captain and I want to be captain too, and we can't have two captains in here, so you're just getting out. Well, I'm not gonna come back and pick you up, okay? So you catch an Uber back because I'm not picking you up again. I'm not going to waste my time doing that. And so I just left him on the side of the road in a storm, drove off. He didn't expect me to do that, didn't think I had it in me. And by the way, this is classic alpha male behavior. You've got two alpha males battling for dominance, and obviously an adult male such as myself should not be in the same household as his father. That's unnatural. The animal kingdom and leads to natural strife. But later on I went back, saw he was gone. He had apparently hitchhiked back to the ranger station. But the fact is, this type of self-sabotage behavior is something that I've grown exceedingly accustomed to throughout my whole entire life because I've surpassed just about everybody that I've met. And so I have this saying, it's up to you. You do whatever you want, I'm gonna do this thing. You're welcome to join me on this path. Most people never join along because they want to hang out with their friends, they think they may be smarter than me, maybe their ego is too big, they want to be in control, or they just don't want to listen to me. And the result is always the same. Everybody fails. I've stood by and watched it as I was the only one who actually succeeded around here. Now there's this weird thing people do, which is self-harm, self-sabotage. And whenever they act out in this way, they expect pity and they expect everybody to come pay attention to them. So, you know, my dad did this as well on our road trip. He decided he didn't want to go to a destination. He was just going to sit down and just not go anywhere. And I immediately observed this behavior, noticed it, and just called it out and said, you know what, you're being a crybaby about this, and I'm not going to let you ruin this road trip. I'm just going to go myself. And by the way, there are dinner reservations as well, which you agreed to, and you're going to pay for that dinner reservation. Even if you can't attend it, I'm not going to come back and pick you up for that. So you can miss out on the whole entire day, pay for dinner that you're not going to eat, or you can come along. I simply won't deal with this type of self-sabotage behavior anymore. And I used to. When somebody would be crying and throwing a fit, I would come by and say, oh, how can I help you? Oh, you feel so bad. Oh, you want everybody to pay attention to you. You're trying to ruin everybody's trip, so we have to placate you, calm you down, give you stuff, and just pay good attention to you. And nowadays, I just let people throw themselves down and go into failure themselves. And I just don't deal with it, and it is because it is illogical behavior, and I won't deal with illogical behavior. You see, I'm a programmer, ex-Google. I'm a logical person, and so I expect the people around me to also act in a logical, self-preservation manner. And And so the problem is, people take advantage of my logicalness. I expect logical behavior, and they have realized that to defeat this expectation, they can act in illogical ways that self-harm. And I won't take it. My kindness is a gift. Do not expect it. And do not take that for granted, because I will let you self-harm. I will let you self-sabotage. I will let you fail. Because fundamentally, this is the most despicable type of behavior, taking advantage of other people's kindness, hoping that they're going to stop you from ruining your own life. It is immature, the type of thing a child should do, and I think we should stop helping people and stop supporting this type of behavior. You know, one funny exercise is I think about the people I've dated throughout my life, and to know that they're still out there struggling, and they chose to struggle for the next 50 years of their life working their dead-end jobs, and they could have had what I had. I offered my hand for that, and they just said no. And I just have to let people be. I can't save everybody, and I've had to come to terms with that. So if I descend down from the halls of Google, from the light of success, and I reach my hand down and I offer to save people, and they don't even grab that hand, and I look them in the eyes and they say, you know what, they're good, and they're just going to drift off into their whatever lives they're going to live in their one-bedroom shoebox apartments, moldy floors, moldy carpets, scrubbing toilets, 9 to 5 every day, toiling throughout their lives, and I've had to just look them in their lives and say, okay, that's your choice, that's what you wanted. And it is traumatic for me to have had to watch people who I cared about just decide to destroy their own lives, and I've had to let them. But the thing is this, it's not my problem, it is their problem, because I'm the main character on this storyline. And you've got all these other random people, NPCs around me, going off into their little side quests thinking that's the main storyline when it's a dead end, it leads nowhere. You see, I get it. There's something about the way I look, isn't it? I look like a friendly, nice nerd, somebody who cares. I actually don't care at all. I don't raise my voice, I don't shout or scream, I don't get physically angry, and I don't repeat myself all the time, and so oftentimes I'll say something, people will just ignore it, and I'm not going to repeat myself again for that. And you know what? It actually may turn out that whatever I said may have been the highest suggestion, most important recommendation that you really should have followed. And if you decide to ignore that, which most everybody does, you know, I'm not the most persuasive person, I'm not going to bother putting any effort into trying to be persuasive for you, then you may suffer the consequences oftentimes, which can be severe. And the fact is, you're the only one who cares the most about you. It looks like I care. I know it looks like I care. I don't. I'm just here for some laughs. You know, one time I was at the beach, it was contaminated, it was fenced off, a woman would just decide to go in anyways, and I told her, you know it's fenced off for a reason. I think she ignored my warning. Who knows, maybe she got some disease after that. I tried to insist, but you know, I'm just not persuasive. And quite frankly, I'm just tired of people ignoring me. I don't know why I even bother. And you'll say, you want to ignore me? Fine, then go suffer the consequences of that. You'll learn. And fundamentally, I believe, you know, I failed a lot in my own life as well on my journey to success. And I think it is helpful for other people to also fail as well. Because I believe failure doesn't define you. It is a chance for you to improve upon, and I can handle failure quite well. Hopefully other people can as well. If they're not able to recover, that's on them. You know, it's arguable that when you help another person, you are imposing your life choices on another person. And then they would just be living your life. And the beauty of each individual person is that they get to make their own life choices, and that's what defines them. So arguably, as long as you are making decisions that you want to make, that you decided yourself, then you're living a life true to yourself, and that is the best life rather than trying to live the life that I would live. And so from that perspective, I don't even know if I have any right to impose my advice on anybody else, not too strongly at least. You know, there's this fundamental idea that you cannot help somebody who is not already helping themselves, because oftentimes you're just going to have a self-sabotager with a helper and they're working against each other. There's this fundamental conflict of interest. One person's digging their own grave, the other person's trying to stop them from digging. So I'm not going to be pulling more weight than you here. And oftentimes, helping people in such situations only leads to an unsustainable situation. And then the most important reason not to help people out is that, at least as far as advice goes, is that most advice is ignored anyways. Like, you can go through so much time and effort trying to give somebody really good advice, nobody ever listens to that anyways. And in those situations, I don't know, maybe what you really need to do is lead through inspiration, show not tell. Inspire people to be better rather than just giving them advice where they're not going to ignore. And in the worst case, that advice can even trigger reverse psychology where they will do the exact opposite of what you're trying to tell them to do. Now, overall, I do need to know that I'm not against helping people. I think everybody needs a helping hand sometimes, but I think that we can just be more careful about the way we help people and in which situations we deploy our help, because in many times people would just learn to take advantage of that and it creates unsustainable situations. And in my opinion, even though I'm a helpful person, I'd rather have people view me as an unhelpful, mean guy And whenever I choose to deploy that help, that should not be taken for granted. So I hope you enjoyed that discussion. Helping people, I don't think it should be automatic. Don't just do it all the time and let people know that you can take it away anytime. When you deploy it, they'll be more thankful for it. Let me know your thoughts on helping people. Should you just help everybody all the time? Just be this nice, friendly, kind person that people learn to take advantage of? I'd say pull it back sometimes, but let me know your thoughts in the comments below. See you there. If you liked the video, give a like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Thanks, bye.
Killing spree.
All right. Today is Tuesday, the 28th of February. This is a recap for the stock market activities today. Now, folks, I got a good one for you tonight, and let's begin with this. Happy last day of the month. I think we did close on a positive note in the stock market today. Matter of fact, give us a look at the last minute candle for today's activities, and... Oh, no. This is not good. This is not good. Closing on a negative note for the month, probably a teaser for March from hell. If you know anything about the stock market, you know the month of March is really important. Major stock market bottoms and major tops took place in the month of March. My hunch is this will be one for the books. And of course, we know the Fed is way behind the curve. Now they have to play catch up because the battle against inflation is going to get out of hand. And tomorrow, the first day of the month, we're going to have an important Fed speaker coming out, also known as the Demon from Minneapolis, Neil Kashkari. Now, if you watched my analysis on the mystery Fed zombie who did vote for 50 basis points in the last meeting, I came up with the conclusion that it is Neil Kashkari from Minneapolis. And now we know that is the case for sure. Minneapolis joined St. Louis and Cleveland in pushing for 50 basis points discount rate hike last month. So we know that we have at least 3 members now in the bag will vote for 50 basis points in the next FOMC meeting. And more voices are about to join. The stock market right now is not even pricing anything near 50 basis points in the next meeting. It becomes clear that the Fed is moving toward 50. The month of March, we're going to see a reckoning, folks. We're going to see a major leg down, perhaps erasing the entirety of the year-to-date rally. So buckle up. What's really amazing to me watching the stock market right now is the insane gambling that's going on. At this stage, after all what we've seen in 2022, forget about the .com, forget about 1990s, we're talking about 2 years ago, a year ago, even a few months ago. Folks are gambling at this stage for 0-day to expiration options, distorting any price discovery in the stock market. The gambling mania is sitting down here. I mean, look no further than Kathy Wood from Mark Invest. At this point, she should have lost all credibility. Nobody should believe in this false prophet anymore. She only got a hot hand in the last 2 years because everybody did. The Federal Reserve was pumping the stock market higher via quantitative easing. The biggest beneficiary in the quantitative easing pumping is non-profitable technology stocks, high beta stocks, anything that remotely resembles tech growth companies. All of these stocks got up higher than any reasonable valuation because valuations did not matter. The Federal Reserve was doing quantitative easing and pumping assets prices higher. Everybody looked like a genius in the last decade investing in the stock market. All that you have to do is not fight the Fed. Let the Fed pump, you ride the wave along with it. But now that we don't have quantitative easing anymore, and the Fed is moving to quantitative tightening, now we're finding out which investors, which money managers are real deals, which ones are just false prophets. They got lucky because they rode the wave with the Fed. One of them, of course, is Kathy Wood. By now, everybody should know that. But here's Kathy Wood. She was on TV yesterday. We got folks buying. The investors in Mark Invest right now at this stage because they believe for the best, and a good salesman, one of the best. But the fact that investors are falling to risk at this stage is absolutely insane. But the insanity aside, folks, we have a lot of confusion right now about the economy and the stock market where we're heading right now. Even the most seasoned economists and experts are now confused. I was listening to Larry Summers the other day, Mohamed Al-Arian. All of them say that this environment is challenging and confusing. And I say, maybe not for me. I'm not confused at all. I know where the economy is heading. I know where the stock market is heading. It is nothing new, folks. We've seen this movie before, but maybe something to pick up. So I'm going to walk you step by step. What's going to happen to the economy, where we're heading, what's going to happen to the market too. But without further ado, here it is. In focus tonight. Confused? Are you confused about the economy and the stock market? Well, maybe no longer after you watch this video. Now, I've been explaining to you folks that the natural evolution of any inflation cycle, it gets out of hand, inflation becomes stagflation. Why does it become stagflation? Because at some point, prices get out of hand. The ability of companies to raise prices is limited because the consumer is going to run out of money. Yet the inflationary pressure through the expectations and the psychology is limited. So we have the phenomenon of sticky inflation combined with deteriorating economy, hence stagflation. At some point, stagflation either naturally evolves into a recession, and that happens when the consumer runs out of cash and out of ability to rack in more credit card debt. They no longer have the ability to stimulate the economy. They lose their jobs, and they have to get rid of assets, and we see asset prices collapse until it becomes a recession. Or, just like we got back in the 80s, we get a Fed-induced recession. Stagflation evolves into a recession because the Fed tightens the monetary policy specifically by raising rates significantly higher, and they fast forward the stagflation part all the way into a recession and reset the cycle again. But we have this delusion that's going on right now in the economy where folks thought that we could have something called transitory inflation. We can have an inflation phase that resolves itself because inflation is a supply problem. We told you this kind of absolute lunacy. Inflation has always been macroeconomic. The Federal Reserve prints money out of hand and overstimulates the economy. And inflation is not due to supply problems. But of course, they said, oh, it's due to revenge, cutting down all of these supply chains. Once everybody rolls their sleeves and they get the shot, we can go out in the supply chain and come back, inflation will go away. We now know that this is bullshit. We told you that exactly this time. Now we have another chance. Oh, okay, inflation is not transitory. But we can fix it. We can have a soft landing. we can go back to the expansion phase. In this channel, we told you and explained to you in details that we have the expansion phase, followed by the inflation phase, then the recession phase. And in each phase, different sectors of the stock market tend to outperform. In the expansion phase, we get technology, cyclicals, oil, and industrial stocks outperforming. Now in the inflation phase, we get energy, materials, value, and consumer staple stocks outperforming. And this was exactly what
An enemy has been slain.
Elise deserved nerfs forever. This is the most obviously broken champion I've ever seen in my life in this meta, but then again, it's only in Korea that they really get value out of it. But she happened to be broken on this patch. There's also nerfs that make her early cheesing bull less effective. I think this is gonna hurt Elise a lot, actually. But I think she runs on a nice edge. If she can dive people in snowball, she's great. If she can't, she's useless. This might actually kick her out of the jungle. It's one of those things you have to see how it plays and how people that are really good at Elise get value out of it, but I just don't think she'll be quite as obnoxious. Elise deserved nerfs for...
An ally has been slain.
Which they're doing here. So, cool. Nice.
And yet doctors violate that oath every time they promote gender-affirming care.
They do not. You have not even in this video have you failed. Not even in this video have they managed to demonstrate this. You have failed even in your wildly dishonest propaganda piece that lies about basically every subject presented and props up and apologizes for terrorism. You've still not managed to sufficiently demonstrate this.
Their motives, no matter how compassionate they might sound, are not relevant.
That's true. As long as they're following the standard of care, I don't really care about the motives of the individual doctors. If they're doing the stuff that leads to the best outcomes, sure.
The idea that teenagers, let alone small children, are capable of making such life-altering decisions.
What life-altering decisions? They've been very strategically ambiguous about what gender-affirming care means, right? Because the way they want you to go about it is they want you to think they mean surgery every time they say gender-affirming care. They keep analogizing it to cutting into your body. So they've drawn an association. Gender-affirming care means surgery. But then we took a look at the one Daily Wire article, or not Daily Wire, sorry, the Daily Mail article on the Yale doctor who bragged about, you know, providing gender care to a 3-year-old. And it turns out they don't allow for surgery until 18. But in that case, gender care meant consult.
Is not only brand new, it's absurd. A society that...
It's not brand new. Not only do we have decades and decades of trans people here in the West, we also have anthropological evidence concerning social transition, you know? For example, there's like the third gender in India. We have like research on Polynesian cultures, various Native American cultures. The further back you go in history, the more wacky and warbly and less comprehensive a lot of gender norms seem to be. But what they find is that a lot of the stuff that people did back then, rather casually, might have been analogized today to gender-affirming care in a consultation sense, you know? Maybe a social role that people are comfortable fitting in. And obviously, you know, go back that far and the idea of like healthcare as a concept doesn't even exist really. So we're not talking exactly apples to apples, but we certainly have our evidence.
that allows them to do so is deeply broken. So, how do we put an end to this horror?
Oh, well, you could do what the Nazis did. The Nazis held massive book burnings. Some of the first things they chose to burn in their book burnings were the collected archives of research on transgender people. Here, let me see if I can get a nice the forgotten history of the world's first trans clinic. See, much like the modern-day Republican Party, Nazis really didn't like trans people that much. Here are some trans people. Looking, if I might say, pretty good? Kind of mogging us, to be honest. What are you guys wearing right now? Sweatpants? You think you would win in a Vogue off against Weimar Germany transgender? Probably not. The Institut für Sexualwissenschaft was an early private sexology research institute in Germany from 1919 to 1933. Does anybody want to take a guess at what happened in 1933 that made this clinic no longer open? Right. Yeah. The Institute pioneered research and treatment for various matters regarding gender and sexuality, including gay, trans, and intersex topics. In addition, it offered various other services to the general public, including treatments for alcoholism, gynecological examinations, marital and sex counseling, treatment for venereal diseases, and access to contraceptive treatment. It offered education on many of these matters to both health professionals and laypersons. It was a cultural touchstone. It was a wellspring of knowledge that helped many people. And then, after the Nazis gained control, the Institute and its libraries were destroyed as part of a Nazi government censorship program by youth brigades who burned its books and documents in the street. Make no mistake, Republicans are looking to do the exact same thing right now. In an age of internet access to information, book burnings aren't really effective at getting rid of information, but they're trying to achieve the same long-term political goal.
4 months ago, I released this video. 500,000 views and counting. It was about a Tinder experiment of an average-looking guy. And today, I am going to be showing the results of another experiment, but this time of a top 10% man. This is my friend Men's Maxing, who's clearly got his looks on point. Immediately you can see the difference in attractiveness of the two. Men's Maxing has a leaner face around the cheeks and jawline, has a thicker neck, more symmetrical nose and better eye area with more masculine eyebrows too. All compared with the average guy who is lacking in these areas. Because of this man falls in the average looks range of about a 5 or 6, while, without a doubt, Men's Maxing falls into the Chad category and scores an 8 out of 10. With this in mind, we'd expect him to get way better results on Tinder, and this is exactly what I have lined up for the video. Let's see if Mr. Chad can do better than the 3 dates in 4 months disaster from the last one. We'll start with the profile. Here are the images he used, all 8 of them. You can see it is quite a gym-focused profile, with half of them being shirtless, which isn't always the best to do, but he is giga-jacked, so he can afford to show it off a bit more. However, personally, I would have removed maybe 2 of the topless ones to make the profile more balanced. Other than that, it's clear these are top 10% pics. He looks sophisticated, stylish, approachable. There's no terrible ones bringing his profile down. In these 2, he looks like he's done some modelling work. So, as a whole, these pics are definitely placing him in the top 10%. And are way better than the ones from the previous experiment which looked too friend-zonable. For a little more info, it's also worth mentioning he's 5'11" tall, 84 kg, 9% body fat, 23 years old, and lives in the 3rd largest German city, Munich, which has a population of 1.5 mil. Next, moving on to the all-important bio. He used 2 bios, which he changed halfway through the experiments. The first being, the most beautiful curve on a woman is her smile. Then the second was more basic. Masters of Science and AI, self-improvement content creator, I'm looking for someone to build a connection with, I'm working a lot, but for a good relationship I'll take a day off. So, obviously, you can see these 2 bios have different purposes. The first being more flirtatious and insinuating a casual relationship, then the second presenting himself as an ambitious and relationship-seeking man. You can say the first bio will attract more short-term, while the second more long-term. However, interestingly, he told me that whichever bio he used made no difference in terms of match results or the way women chatted to him. Which is basically what I've been saying on this channel all along. Bios don't matter. Women still sent flirtatious messages even when he was using the relationship bio. And the funniest thing he said, which happened several times, was women asked him, "What are you doing in your life at the moment?" when it literally says on the first line he's studying for his masters in AI. Finally, before the results, the profile settings. He set the age range from 18 to 25, max range to 100 kilometers. He purchased Tinder Platinum for €35, which basically increases his visibility. And lastly, he applied the setting which allows Tinder's algorithm to order his photos in the way it sees as optimized. Anyway, now on to the actual results. There's a lot of numbers here, so listen closely. He spent a total of 6 days swiping, and in that time he swiped 2,523 times, or roughly 400 a day. Of these, he swiped right on 1,019. So he rejected 1,504. I told him to swipe right for girls 5 and up, so 40% of them met this standard. Of the 1,019 he swiped right on, he matched with 146, and didn't with 873, which isn't actually that bad. That's a 1 in 7 match rate. Way better than the 1 in 27 match rate from the last video where he got to nothing from over 7,500 swipes. Next, of the 146 successful matches, just 5 opened on him first, while he sent the first message to the 141 others. However, he did tell me he messaged immediately if and when he got a match. So some of the girls he opened could potentially have messaged him first if he left it a while. Then, of this 141, 87 responded to his opener, which means 54 didn't send a single message back. Next, of the 87 responses, plus the 5 that already opened on him, 68 of these made it past 5 messages, which you could class as short conversations. So 24 never got off the ground. Then, of this 68, this resulted in a little under half of them giving their number, which was 32. So the other 36 either fizzled out or refused to give their number. Next, for the 32 numbers our guy received, this is where he started getting a little lazy. He only bothered to message 12 of the girls on WhatsApp. So the other 20 were left in the dark after giving their number. And if I'm honest, this is the only major point I think our guy could have done better. He's essentially let 2/3 of his potential results leak out through this mistake alone. And this is after he's already done a lot of the work by matching, messaging and getting their number. But to give him a little slack, he did say the biggest bottleneck by far for him was time spent messaging. He said it got to the point where he started sending copy-paste messages to all girls 2 to 3 points below his level. So he only put in effort and sent tailored messages to the hottest ones. Next, of the 12 conversations on WhatsApp, he offered dates to 6 of them. So the other 6 went cold after a short while. Then finally, of these 6 attempts, one started making endless excuses for why she can't go, another blocked him as soon as he offered, so at last, for the other 4, they all said yes and actually showed up too. Anyway, there are your results, and now in short form. Our guy swiped right 1,019 times, which led to 146 matches, which then led to 32 phone numbers, and finally he offered 6 dates for which 4 said yes. Not bad for 6 days worth of work. And now, to show you further proof of how easy it was, here are some screenshots of his message conversations showing the lack of effort and game required to still get women to follow along. My loneliness.
I don't speak German.
Love does not need a language. Drop me a number. One night stands. You want to cure me from my loneliness?
Come to my place.
Where do you live?
Frankfurter Ring. And you? Here's my Snapchat. Text me.
For a peanut butter eater, you are in good shape.
There needs to be a balance.
I'd like to pick you up, but then I would also eat all your peanut butter.
That would be bad.
I would also you.
That would be better.
Nice. Are you gonna give me your number?
016.
I like your style.
Thanks.
How about a round of hip-hop dancing?
No, but I can do a split for you.
On the floor? You'd be cuter if you responded.
On top of you. Hey, you over there.
Hello?
So...
Are you gonna give me your number? We'll set something up for later.
I don't know you yet.
That's what dates are for. So, your number?
017. Hey, you over there.
Do you have time this week?
For what?
A date?
I'd love to, but this week I'm extremely busy. And all you want to have is right?
Of course. It's only.
I'd do it, because I'm but I don't have time.
Are you gonna give me your number? We can set something up for later.
017.
I wanna do yoga with you.
Really?
Yes, when are you free? You'd be cuter if you responded.
Soon.
Are you gonna give me your number?
+4917.
So, as you can see, our guy was able to navigate his way texting with little to no resistance, getting numbers with ease. The girls made references sometimes, and in a few cases the girls double texted or opened on him, which are both considered very strong choosing signals. And this is all on top of the fact that I don't even think his game was perfectly optimized. He told me himself for a lot of messages he was joking around. I mean, I wanna do yoga with you? What is this crap? If a sub 5 sent this, he'd never in a million years get the girl's number 5 messages later. Put simply, only the top 10% of men get this kind of treatment online, and the screenshots are there to prove it. Now, for the final few minutes of the video, I want to draw comparisons of our Chad's results today to the first experiment I showed of the normie 4 months ago. This is where you'll really see the difference being a Chad makes. So, follow along by allowing me to explain for the final 3 minutes, and I'll prove to you that Chads have approximately a 10 times easier time on dating apps than normies. Here goes. I've stated before that Tinder for guys is like one big funnel, and each layer leads to a smaller pool of options and more women leaking out. So, by the end, your results are reduced to a mere handful. That's if you have any at all. And the point is, the efficiency of each of these layers is crucial, because the amount of leakage per layer multiplies with all of the others. E.g., an efficiency of 50% across a single layer is twice as good as 25%. But across 4 layers, having a 50% efficiency is 16 times more efficient than the 25%. And this is what we see in our experiments. If we break down each layer of leakage for both the Chad and normie, we see that besides the first layer, which is the input, the next 4 layers yield far better results for the Chads. Therefore, by the end, given the fact they multiply together, it leads to a 10 times more efficient system. The normie swiped right 7,886 times, while the Chad 1,019, 8 times less. The normie got 290 matches, while the Chad got 146, 2 times less. The normie got 68 conversations, and the Chad also got 68, the same. The normie got 11 phone numbers, the Chad got 32, 3 times more. Then finally the normie got 3 dates, while the Chad got 4, 33% more. Here you are seeing this multiplying effect in action. The Chad was 4 times more efficient at getting women to swipe right on him, 2 times more efficient at getting women to hold conversations, 3 times more at getting women to give their phone numbers, and lastly 2.5 times less efficient at getting dates. However, if we bear in mind our Chad only messaged 12 of the 32 numbers he got, we see that he was still slightly more efficient on this layer. Now, some guys will cope and say, the reason he got better conversion rates was because he had better game, bro. This is flat out wrong. He did better because of looks, not game. I don't need to reread his text conversations to prove that. Here's how it is. Women are always more easygoing and invested when texting a Chad than a normie or sub 5. They're more likely to give out their number, more likely to message, and in some cases send the opener, more likely to keep the convo going once it's started. That's why the Chad's conversion/efficiency rates were better. And the data is even there to prove it. If you're at the bottom attractiveness as a man, 80% of your messages will go ignored. If you're at the top, less than half of them will. Similarly, the most attractive men get 10 times more women opening on them than unattractive guys. So, don't say it was about game, it has very little to do with game. In fact, dating online, your looks is your game mostly. Anyway, all in all, when we calculate their efficiencies by multiplying all the layers together, we see our Chad had to swipe right 255 times in order to get a date. Meanwhile, for our normie, he had to swipe more than 2,500. That's 10 times the difference. And this isn't even including the fact that Chad didn't text 2/3 of the girls he got numbers from. This shows the exponential increase of how much it pays to be a Chad. The bottom line is, though there might only be a couple points in looks separating the normie from the Chads, in terms of results there is a 10 times difference separating them. That's the change being a Chad makes. Anyway, huge shout out to Men's Maxing for gathering the data for the video. It's been really insightful. In fact, if you've been intrigued by this and want to see more on the experiments, Men's Maxing has just uploaded a video at the exact same time as this one with extra content on his experience. And you'll be surprised to know it's not always been this way for him, as he shows in the vid how terrible his results were beforehand. So if you want to get an insight to his journey, check the description now, you'll be taken to the video.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
Ah! I stayed up too late over the last few days. Yo, it's prime time. Hey, it is. Yeah, I stayed up too late, and now I'm sleepy feeling. That's a mood. I don't know what happened. Okay, I went on the guys' golfing trip, and they all stayed up till like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, and I'm like, I went to bed at 9:30 the first night, and then I went to bed at 3 a.m. the next night. Ah! Ugh. They got me. They got me. They got me. Feeling a little sleepy today. Hi. Epic Games broke Fortnite and I can't feed my addiction. So now I have to program. But I'm getting wild with some golf clubs. Given free time, would you still be a morning person? Yeah, of course. Morning is absolutely worth it. Hope your golf wasn't rusty. You know, it was. I'm terrible at golf. Morning people have too much power in this world. Nope. Nope. There's just people who wish to make positive impact on their life and people who stay up late. Got him! Where is he? Were you always a morning person? No, not at all. I could not wake up for the life of me at 7:30. Oh man, I tried so hard.
Welcome to Costco.
Please do not cat. What changed then? Determination and years of persistence. As David Goggins would say, That's your little inner bitch talking, okay? You don't let that happen. You get in. I'm trying really hard to become a morning person for the past 6 months. Organize your time better. It's really the best answer to that. I wake up at 9 a.m. every day on the dot. Oh my goodness, I have done so many things by the time you wake up. In fact, it just turned 9 a.m. right now. I have fixed 3 bugs this morning. I made a sweet kick-ass feature for my little item, and I just about to release something into production. You say 5:30 a.m. gang? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? 5 a.m. gang, baby. 5 a.m. every day. Every day. Okay, I'm not some sort of average weekday enjoyer. That's 5 p.m. Bullshit. You relook at that. You relook at that right now, Bertrand. You can clearly see the A. Don't even try with me. MA. It's MA. What are you doing, not HMAC? You're brand new at not HMAC. Okay, so HMAC. What are you, some sort of video encoding? It's easier to just wake up at the same time every day and force your sleep to conform to your waking up than to try to wake up early or to conform your waking up to when you go to sleep. Honestly, you'll just have a better life. You'll just simply have a better life. PrimeGen, thanks for your videos. I stopped developing API with TS Framework and adopted Go. Your TS versus Go versus Rust video was honestly convincing. Why'd you ban Chad Stack? What'd he do? Getting all freaky in the DMs. Oh no. Chad Stack was getting all weird in the DMs. Honestly, that makes me sad to hear, Bertrand. I'm going to be real here. It makes me sad because of how much I just genuinely appreciated someone having like a funny name. It was fun having funny names. I like funny names. I like people that don't take things too seriously. And then for me to hear that, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm pretty sad about that. Prime, I added 0 copy serialization to Leptos. That's actually super cool. That will make it very fast. Hold on. Just hold your butts. Prime, what's your go-to breakfast? An oatmeal kind of guy? No, I don't do oatmeal. I think when I do breakfast, I actually don't eat breakfast very often, but when I do, usually I like a nice slice of peanut butter toast. Hold your boats. Hey, Bertrand, could you, Bertrand, could you shoot that over to me, the DMs that he sent, just so I am prepared? Because, like, if that goes down and he's just like, yo, why'd I get banned? I have, like, active information. Be like, yo, dog, what do you mean, why'd you get banned? Can I have a small loan of $1 million? Absolutely. Prime Jai, when I watch your streams or videos, talking about TypeScript and Rust with a lot of cool stuff, I wonder when I will be good, let's see, that good, when I barely can use JS to build my project. You'll be good. You're going to get there. Butt held and bowl of peanut butter toast ready. Do you sleep in hood? Absolutely. I haven't taken off this hood in 3 years. Ever get anxious seeing the tasks piling up when away from Slack? No, I don't have. I don't. That's not how I operate. That's not how Netflix or I operate. It's just not what we do. Google search reveals that that was a Turkish phrase meaning "I will f you." Oh, okay. Well, good. So let's just stroll up onto the top. Where was that? Let's just jump over here, and let's just do a little small thing and just find this guy. And you know, when people say stupid things like that, they try to make like a joke where you just like curse in a different language, and they're like, I gotta be set up for it. I just get him out. First off, you sound like a dolphin, okay? You sound like an actual dolphin. Rip Bozo. I seen your TDD video. How about when I'm implementing a function, I don't see a plan before, let's see, and I still don't need a plan before implementing that function? No, see, the thing is that somehow you don't mistake TDD and plan. You can have a plan without TDD. TDD, again, unit testing everything is stupid. There's just a lot of things that don't need to be unit tested. I'm a much bigger fan of test the things that are hard, that are easily incorrect, that are very difficult. I find that if I can't implement the function first try, fast through, like it's not an issue, like Like, if I can just open it up, maybe it takes 1 or 2 tries to get it perfectly correct. You don't test that function. That's stupid. It's the functions that, like, it's the things that you have to build that require, like, 100 runs that take a lot of thinking about that you test. That's the thing you test. Do unit tests only run on merge or deployment? I run them before so on my personal, I have a little script I run before I push, and I do that for my own sanity. I don't enforce it for anybody. It's my own personal little one. It's only on push, and then I have them, of course, on CI. Why would you not? And it's a smaller. You run them on pre-push. Yeah, I have a small one that I do. Well, it's actually, I run mine on pre-release. So since I do a lot of library development, anytime I release a thing, say to our apt thing to brew or to our internal artifactory for
Welcome
NPM,
to Costco.
I do a little, I have like a script that releases it, and then it releases it in a very controlled fashion, ensures that I have linting prettier. I make sure that that my versioning goes well according to my commit messages. It just does like a bunch of stuff for me, so I don't have to like think about all that. Library development sounds interesting. It is. It's fun and it's hard all at the same time. Tiaria.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Hey, Tiaria. I'd just like to let you know that it's a good day to be a part of the startup, and you chose the right day to join. You know why? Because today is Happy Joining the Startup in the Bathroom Day. Yeah. No, I put that in the handbook. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course, it's completely normal to congratulate people on their employment at the startup via gentle bathroom sliding. It's completely normal. Why do you think I put coconut oil in there, Karen? How's that conspiracy today? Which conspiracy? Oh, we could get a good amount going. I'm ready for a new conspiracy. What's the new conspiracy? What is the new one? First time seeing you online. I've been a part of the company layoff and I'm failing my interviews. Any book or something you would recommend about learning algorithms and system design? So system design is usually best done by building projects. You really get that intuition for building things, building different things. As far as algorithms go, I have a free algorithm course that I think is good enough to pass any interview. I do a couple interview questions in it along with just doing some algorithms. And it's really just trying to teach you how to think in algorithms, not think about solving problems. Because when you think only about how to solve problems, when you encounter a problem you've never seen before, I feel like it's harder to really merge these two things together. Whereas when you think in data structures, I feel like it's easier to look at a problem and say, okay, which of my tools does this work out? The movie Moonfall predicted it, that the moon is actually a spaceship. Yeah, the moon is definitely a spaceship. I would agree with that. I think that we probably have known that the moon's been spaceship probably while birds were still actually real creatures. How'd the meeting with Fireship go? Glorious. It was a lot of fun. Am I taller than Fireship? Yeah. Did you not see the picture? Look at that. Look at that. My eyes are, I'm like massive compared to him, okay? Massive. I'm like 6'12". He's like 5'3". Think about that. Haskell time with EBN when. That's gonna be tonight in the Discord. I'm gonna do that. 170 centimeters. It's a lot of centimeters. Last time I checked. That's short. Dude, I'm very sad we can't react to this today because he like took it down. So unfortunately, this is just not even available for us. I was really, 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 really excited. He privatized his... Does anyone know him? Is there a way I can get in? I was actually going to go through and take photos of everything because I figured this was going to happen, but I couldn't. I love the design of it, but from what I've read, it's overpromised and underdelivers. Oh, VLang? I am very curious about that VLang. What's his name again? Yeah, this guy. Manuel Friguerio. He got roasted on the internet. He got roasted. All right, for those that don't know it here, I think I actually have it on my phone. So here. Let me see if I can pull it up. You can't really read that. Oh crap. I got to hold on. I took a photo of it because I had this belief he was going to take it down quickly. Okay? And he did. He took it down. He clearly took it down. Yeah, so, you know, the fact that this take exists is pretty interesting because here's the deal. I'm going to be real about this take. Are you ready about this take? This is going to be a hot take of mine, okay? I'm going to come in real hot on this one, so I hope you're ready for the hottest take ever on this. But he is both right and wrong at the exact same time. So if you didn't read the comments, he tries to first do this. I know this is spicy. Just hold on. Just hold your butt. Just hold your butt, everybody. Okay, this is gonna get real hot here. Okay, are you ready for this? Whoop, wrong side. All right. So first, let's talk about the wrong the guy did. Okay. First off, the wrong is that it's as simple as GitHub displays someone's experience. Completely wrong. You're just stupid for saying that. Everyone agrees with that. Nothing about that. I don't think a single person would agree that should be surprising at all, right? There's plenty of people that work on extremely private things that they can't be using GitHub. It has no relevance in their day-to-day life. It's just so stupid, right? So when you look at that tweet, you look at it, you go, this guy has to be stupid because how did you come to that conclusion like that? How did you make this tweet in which you've now deleted effectively? Because you know what? It's ridiculous. Second off, yeah, exactly. You can just fake activity. You can draw little ghosts going across it. You can do whatever you want. So like this whole idea that that's how your experience is, blah 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 blah. It's just so dumb because you can fake it, right? It is as fakeable gets. So like using GitHub commits as a proxy for how much you work is just dumb. Now third, something they really didn't show, or what's his name? Marco? Was it Marco? Manuel. Sorry, if you're wondering why I'm showing it to you on my phone, it's because he made his account private, so I can't even look at that. Another reason why this entire thing is stupid is that you could hand your GitHub in to show some sort of past set of actions, and just a single year looking at it does not have any reasonability, like at all, right? There could be something very interesting in the past. It completely nullifies the fact that, you know, code exists longer than 6 months. And so that seems really ridiculous that he didn't even like say, hey, this person has absolutely nothing. But the part where he is correct is that you should be careful on how you apply to things. If you are applying to something and it says, hey, we want to code a bunch, send us some examples, and you send something with no activity as an example, you know, you got to play your audience. You should know that if people are asking for like a corpus of work from you, you should use things in which you can directly
Welcome to Costco.
Show, right?
I love you.
And so that would be, hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That would be kind of like my counter argument to that all.
I love
all right.
you.
That's like my counter, you know, spicy thing is we don't have the context. So he tries to say in the tweet replies that, hey, you know, I asked for, you know, examples of your work, blah, blah, blah. But it still isn't good because if you think about that, even if you say, hey, I need examples of your work, or if the person just has their GitHub on their resume as just like, hey, there's stuff in the past, I just never really touched on it, I haven't been on it in a couple years, whatever. But still, here's just trails of what I used to do. That's still like a real thing, right? That can happen. It's not that he applied intentionally showing that GitHub as his corpus. It could just be a part of the CV, not even really thinking about it. Totally reasonable, right? There's just like so many things in there that just seem crazy that I don't even know how to deal with it. But I'd say that the biggest failure here, are you ready for the biggest failure? The biggest failure of this entire situation is that when you see something like that, say you are a hiring manager and you do see something like that, going on Twitter and airing your grievances with a hot-ass take is by far the dumbest of all of it, okay? Take aside, the dumbest thing that happened in that entire exchange is the fact that he tweeted that he made that tweet thinking people are going to jump on and agree, right? Like, you know for a fact that you're asking to get steamrolled at that point. And so that part was just shocking. That was like a thing that somehow he expected it to go differently. What? Why would you expect it to go differently? Don't do that. Dunning-Kruger effect is always painful to see. Let me say some thank yous. I don't know what happened to that video. You sound like Sharknado, but Tarkado. You should check out the LinkedIn. It's full of geniuses like that guy. I know. B Sharp. Is B Sharp like the worst version of C? I heard hot take, and then all of Prime's commentary is entirely reasonable. I do want to try V. What about the Objective D? I've always been a pretty big fan of Objective D.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
You know, Karen, here's the deal. I've actually always been in your office. And I can't believe we just accidentally exposed that to everybody, okay? I like to pretend like I have to walk to your office, but guess what? I stream in this office with Google AI technology to pluck out the background.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
That almost sounds like Ransoom from Out of the Silent Planet. Have you seen the video that talks about V? No, I haven't. I played around with V like a year ago. I played around with V about a year ago. And it was great. Hey, Out of Codes. I hope you're having a great day today.
I love you.
Out of the Silent Planet. Great books. Yeah, it is a good book series. I love that one. Idiocracy is an amazing movie. Idiocracy is an amazing movie. I don't even get it. I don't get it. Oh, it's Among Us? Is that? Yeah, that is.
My favorite code editor. Number 5 is Adam. Now, in my first...
What? What? I mean, I thought this was gonna be something, at least, you know, like, I use Vim and I make fun of people using VS Code and we're gonna laugh over them saying, oh, you know, IntelliJ is really awesome. But he just came out the gates with Adam. With Adam? Adam has been deprecated and stopped. It hasn't been worked on by the company that started it in how many years now? All right, let's go to the next one.
Number 4 is any JetBrains. Now,
okay, I think JetBrains should have made the list. I agree. I mean, I think JetBrains, they think about development before LSPs and all that. JetBrains was really awesome. And when they did their community edition back in, like, what is it, 2011, where everything but JavaScript, I still don't get that one, was paid for or for free. Like, that was really good. Honestly, it was really, really amazing. I thought JetBrains, they did a great job. When I was using Python, it was fantastic, right? PyCharm, you got it pretty much for free. I'm just really scared what the next 3 are because there's only Emacs, Vim, and VS Code pretty much left. Or Helix, these nuts. That's it. That's all we got.
Number 3 is a product that I use often, and this is VS Code.
Okay, good. VS Code's not number 1, everybody. That's a victory right there. I'm not gonna lie to you. After Adam being number 1, I'm super scared what number 2, 3, and 2, or 2 and 1 are gonna be. I'm happy VS Code's not number 1, everybody. We should all be happy. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I have a strong feeling that the rest of this is just gonna be Notepad++. I swear is gonna make it. Nano or Notepad++. I swear. I swear.
VS Code is great because it has a bunch of extensions. It's lightweight, and honestly, it runs like butter.
It doesn't run like butter. It is definitionally not lightweight. It's a big-ass V8 engine running that runs like 8 processes all running JavaScript. They each take up like a gig of RAM. There's nothing lightweight about this whole concept of VS Code. Like nothing, lightweight is not the proper description here, okay? Runs like margarine. Runs like melted Legos, okay? These are just hot-ass Legos getting poured all over the place. Run like churned butter, baby.
Number 2 is the editor that I use often, and this is NeoVim.
Let's go! NeoVim! But number 2, and I use the most often. Okay, so what the hell is number 1? This is giving me anxiety just thinking about it. NeoVim being number 2, I can respect that, okay, because some people are Emacs chads, you know, they think it's number 1. What do you think it's gonna be? I think it's gonna be Helix. I think he's gonna just drop Helix as number 1. Helix or Notepad++ or Sublime incoming. You think Nano? Oh man, we're getting a load of Nano. All right, before we do it, let's just do a quick poll because I want to see this. What is the thoughts of the new one here? I'm just gonna go like this. What is it? Oh, actually, let's not do a poll. Let's do a prediction. You got to put some dollars on the line here, okay? What's number 1? Emacs, Helix, Nano, Note, Pad++, Google Docs, or something else. Poll. People can cheat. I know this will. I think this is good. This is a bet. Dude, no, this is a bet. This is good. There's no cheating. Oh yeah, there is cheating. Don't be a doo-doo head and go look up the name. I didn't even think about that. There's people that already saw this that are like, easy money. So my guess is it's something else. All right, here we go. It's gonna be Sublime or some nonsense is coming in, isn't it?
Number 1, and that's Notepad++.
I think Adam had to be the start on purpose just to make people so upset and then finish it off with Notepad++. We're being had. Really? Among Us? Are you really? Like, imagine. Like, that's this is what you think is a great idea. It's 1942? Oh, it's close. Okay, X is 10. L's
Welcome
50,
to
right? L's
I love
50.
you.
So X is 10, so that'd be 40, 42. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so I was pretty close. I got pretty close. But give me the meat. Give me the meat. How much math knowledge do you need to program? So there's actually a video I actually wanted to watch. Look at Jeff Bezos being all muscular and single. So this is one thing I've never just enjoyed about videos in general. There's a huge amount of like precursor or foreplay to the video. And I always want things to be, you know, I'm not gonna lie to you, I want things to be fast. Like, I don't need to know why. I just want to hear the 5.
Exponential back off for retries. What does exponential mean?
Boom! Taking a power. Math skill number 1. Hey, type 1 in the chat if you think you're not good at math. Type 1 in the chat if you're just not good at math. You wouldn't put yourself in, like, the strong math department. Okay, so a lot of people are in that one category. All right. Type 69 in the chat if you think you're good at math. If you think you're good at math, type 69. Okay, so there's a lot of people. We're looking about half and half. That's what it looks like just with my extremely scientific measurement here. All right, so follow-up last question. Type 420 in the chat if you thought you were bad at math, but you understood what exponential backoff was. Type 420 in there. Give me a 420. Give me a 420. If you knew how to take an exponential here. Yeah. That's the thing is that I feel like there's a level of math that you need to be good at for programming, and I might just give you my hot take here very, very soon. Oh my goodness, did you just see 420 binary? The man's unbelievable. Chat is trolling definitely, but I think the thing is that being good at math in extremely basic math competencies such as exponential, I don't see how that is something unique or special. You know, because it's rather simple. I actually don't mind technical interviews. My big thing about technical interviews is that there's 2 of them, right? There's the question in which involves a specific data structure with a specific algorithm. So find a cycle in a singly linked list, right? I hate those kind of questions. You don't really learn anything from the interviewer. Like if they didn't figure out what somebody figured out as their PhD, they don't get the job. I find those kind of interviews very stupid. But like some of my favorite interviews always come down to like a very specific problem that you kind of find when you're developing libraries. One of my favorite ones asked is async request queue, which is, hey, I have a queue, it returns a promise, and you have to hand it a promise factory. When they call the promise factory, your job gets to execute. The async request queue can only have up to 3 running tasks at any one time. Implement, right? There's no fancy data structures. Like you can just say, hey, I'm using an array. I know a queue would be better, but for now, we're just gonna assume performance is not a big issue. We're gonna use a queue, or we're just gonna use an array. And I go like this. Yeah, you know why you don't want to use an array, but you're using an array for simplicity. Let's go. It's a great question. It's a great, solid question that has no tricks, and if you know how promises work underneath the hood, you're going to dominate it. If you don't know how promises work, it's going to be really hard for you, right? You may know how to use async await, but that doesn't mean you know how to actually use promises. And that, to me, is like really, 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 really important, right? So it's like I'm trying to find something that's like more than just some stupid got you programming, because I learned nothing from those other than like how well can they learn from me under pressure while standing in front of me in front of a whiteboard. It's stupid, right? You don't learn anything that way.
How many times will this code print hello world?
So I will say that this type of question, if I were to walk into an interview and this was the question, I would not only get the running time correct, I would also chastise the interviewer for this. I would. I think you should too. This is just like gotcha bullshit. Don't do this. Don't like get people with like specific little code review like that's the thing is, I'm not here to trick you. I want to see if you have a basic understanding. My goal as an interviewer is that I want to see, do you understand programming? My goal isn't to leave little tiny bits of information that, you know, you may or may not see, right? Like your gut instinct to go, oh, that's n squared. Totally right, because you looked at these two things, right? Like that's normal nature. This is just weird programming, right? This is just weird. It's just weird ass programming. Yeah, the most evil part is it's not using ++, and like if I saw that in a real interview, I would be pretty upset. I would not only get it correct, I would correct them and tell them that they need to come up with a better system for trying to judge a candidate's potential, not like try to trick them. Here's the thing, if you really want, I mean, all those seem like very, very basic utilization of math. You don't even need to know the terms to be able to do most of that in your head. Common or factorial stuff, I've literally never ran into a factorial problem or something that needed factorial anything in the entirety of my career. But let's just say you do. You now understand it. But here's the big thing that I think would benefit every single engineer 100 times over, which is going to be some basic stats. Now, I'm not just talking about the average, but also being able to calculate the median. Why is the median better than the average? Why should you use the median more than you should use the average? What are quantiles? If I just said, hey, give me the 10, 25, 50, 75, and 90 of the problem, like give me those things. Like, why would you even know how to do that? Like, for me, that is 1,000 times more useful in any like situation. Yeah, it's the outlier. It's exactly. The quartiles are good, outliers, quantiles, however, whatever, you know, whatever you want to call it. Just being able to have a larger breakdown of what's happening and how to calculate that stuff is really, really, really good. Like having some basic understanding of distributions. What's a normal distribution? Where do you observe a normal distribution? What's an alpha beta distribution? Like, can you do a random number generation based on a normal distribution? Why would you even want to use that? What are you using that for? Like some basic small stat stuff. And I'm not even great at statistics. Like I never took a class in it. I've only learned what I needed to learn on my job, but it's extremely useful in a huge number of things. And so I find that, like, if I could recommend one piece of math understanding, it is to go and to understand distributions, like it's some basic stats. The reason being is that often you'll find yourself arguing about behaviors with other engineers, being like, hey, why do we implement feature X over feature Y? Or you do like an A/B test, and you have some like result of the A/B test, and now you have to make hypotheses built on the result of this. Because often you'll have like a multi-part A/B test, right? It's almost never just like, I mean, simple ones are like we changed the button color from blue to red. Okay, I get it. HRBs always work, huge red buttons. But there's more complex things that take off where it's like you're actually thinking about a problem over multiple iterations. And so you're trying to derive meaning based on some things you're seeing. And so to be able to understand like kind of what's happening and to argue why things are happening, it does require a basic understanding of statistics, like even just a very basic one. We're talking about, you don't even need to be able to pass like, you know, statistics 101. But even like week 1 statistics 101, you'll be doing pretty dang good, honestly. And so I just find that that is like one of the most missing set of skills. And it was missing for me too. Very, very much so. It was missing for me, and I really needed it. And I found that it has only helped me in almost every part of my career knowing that. And so 5 math skills I think programmers need could be just, I mean, honestly, the guy, he produced a very well, built video. It's obviously targeted towards very beginners. I think it's a really good video. He did a great job. But, real talk, as someone who's been in it for quite some time, the only skill you need is basic stats understanding. Invest in that. Linear algebra is great, but I don't think you're going to run into a lot of linear algebra, right? You're just not. I have never ran into it, but I also don't do game programming. So if you're doing game programming, you obviously don't have a little bit of math, okay? You're going to have a shit ton of math. And so if you do something that the average web developer, the average application developer will never, ever, ever run into, learn some stats. If you're going to be doing anything to do with graphics, learn the shit out of linear algebra. You're going to learn Green's theorem, go into multi-vector or gosh, what is it called? Multi-derivative calculus. You got to learn all that crap. You better be good at it. Laplace transforms better be your jam, because if they're not, you're pathetic. Quaternions. I used to be able to hand calculate quaternions. I was really good at quaternions at one point. I built a whole visualization program based on quaternions and all that. Did all my own math and moved the camera around and everything based on mouse movements and all that. It was really, really fun. It was really super cool to do it. I did it back at OpenGL and all that. To be able to actually write it all out, doing all of it. It was a lot of fun. It was actually really fun to fundamentally understand quaternions. I don't know them at all anymore. But back then, I knew them, and I was good at it. It was fun. But I had a really good graphics class. The teacher was really, really good. His name was Denby Starkey. He was really great teacher. I really liked him. It was awesome. Hey, I found you on YouTube recently. I'm a front-end developer working with React and Next for the past 4 years on CRUD-like projects, which really don't involve much thinking, using different data structures, etc. I don't feel good with it personally, and I'd like to dive deeper technically aspects of it and try out a lower level language. Do you have any recommendations? I mean, I love Rust. Okay, I love Rust, okay. 617A7, what color is that? What are we looking at? I want to see this, dude. Let me just highlight that. Okay, I can memorize it. 617A7A? Yeah, A7A. Okay. All right, you're a darkish blue. That's your chosen color, huh?
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's like a house in the 90s. You chose house color, 90s. You're streaming videos. I got a promotion to my company, and they're interested in me. In having me as a junior dev. Nice. Let's go. This is good. That is super cool. Viper Ranger 4. That is like a badass name. Viper Ranger. Hey, Prime, I'm going through a rough time, and my boss told me I can step down from the lead or the tech lead position and work as a SWE again. Do you think this would be seen as a bad thing in my resume? SWE. Depends on how well you can explain it. Okay. Depends on the rich. It's a health issue. Ooh, it's a health issue. I think that if you're having a health issue, or really just any intense family-based issue, I know there's some engineers in our community who have their little kiddos going through cancer treatment stuff. They've reached out, they whispered to me, and honestly, any form of health issue is so emotionally tough. Whether it's you, beautiful wife, kiddos, even your mom, your dad, that stuff's real, and life, I've said this before, but I encourage you guys to work hard. I get shit on Twitter because I say hard work is a good thing, and people are always like, oh, you gotta qualify that. No, I think hard work's a good thing. I think you should work hard. Stop with excuses, just work hard. But if you don't have something you're working for, if you don't have someone to enjoy it with, if you're sacrificing it with your health, you're working so hard that you're just selling out your 70s body, it's not worth it, right? It's just not worth it. Work is meant to be enjoyed. I always think about, the old ancient Hebrew story of Adam and Eve. Even in their story, they had Adam working in the garden when everything was perfect. And that's real. That means like there's something fundamental about human and work life. Like it is very, very important. But if you don't have, you know, if you're sacrificing yourself for it, it's not worth it. I don't think it was ever meant to be that way. I don't think it was ever meant to be at the expense of. I think it's meant to be. I think it's really it gives you purpose, a sense of meaning, something to, you know, a work ethic to feel proud of. You know, those are all great things. But if you feel obligated and you feel worried about your future, you're already at a company, you're hired during a tough time with a bunch of layoffs, you're in a tech lead position, you'll get to a tech lead again. It's not like you're going to lose your ability. You're just stepping back because you have a real life problem. And to me, that just seems perfectly reasonable. Here, let me invert this. Do you want to work at a company in which wouldn't hire you and would feel suspicious of you if you took work off due to health, or you reduced your position from a high communication, high hour position to a lower hour position? Would you want to work at a company like that? And the answer is no, you wouldn't. You know, no one would want to do that. We'd want to work at a company that can understand and support you during these things. Like Netflix is really generous about those things. Netflix would very, very much so. When my wife had surgery 4 months ago, you know, I told my boss, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna have to be off for a while. And then I even told him I think January is gonna be pretty hard. And he ended up saying, well, here's the deal. In January, how about you work around life? You don't make life around work. You know, because when we're working, we work our life around our job. But he gave me the invert and just said, hey, you need to be off for a little bit. You need to go do that. Go do that. Make your work around your life. Get things back into position. And then let's hit it hard in February. And I was like, yeah, I'm in. I'm in to do that. That's good. And so I do feel like you want to work at a place that understands that there's very good value in nurturing and caring for your staff. And, you know, not every place is going to be like that. Some places are going to be old school. You know, they're going to be more intense. But there's also plenty of great companies, right? There's plenty of great companies. And you will be able to find a great company too. So I'm not one of those people that, you know, I don't think of every company as bad or good. I think just some are great, some suck. And if you run into a situation where health issues mean that you're not being a good employee, they're just not a good company. That's all there is to it. Work hard when you can work hard. Enjoy your job. Take satisfaction. Take pride in what you do. Work to the best of your abilities. Be happy about it. I don't believe in quiet quitting. I don't think it's a good thing. I work as if it is my own project, and I try to make it the best I can possibly make it, because for me, my work is important to be good for the sake of my work being good. But when I need to take a break, I need to take a break for real reasons. And I think that's just a good way to live your life. I think that it's just harder not to live that way. That's all. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's a tough position. I mean, I understand it with a company as well. You know, giving somebody 6 months off, that's like a huge financial risk to a company, especially a smaller one. Now, a place at like Netflix where the financials aren't nearly as risky, obviously there's a lot more talk, and I'm sure there's ways we would work with you, but, you know, I don't know how big your company is. You know, I just wanted to give you real advice, because I always feel like there's this thing where there's just like really stupid advice out there today. It's just, I don't know what it is. It's either like, don't work, companies are always just trying to rob you only, and you just like come into these situations where you're like not even working for your own pride or anything. When you work at Walmart, I still understand it. You know, I'd have a hard time even at Walmart being like, here's 8 months off. Like I could understand, like I could totally understand, like if they said, hey, you know, obviously you can do like a workman's comp, like 40% pay, whatever, and you can take up, you know, but being there for a year and taking off 8 months, it's a hard sell. It's just a hard sell for any company. I get that. I think I could probably swing that at Netflix, but I've just been there for so long, and I might not even be able to swing it at Netflix. I understand that. That's not crazy to ask for, or it's not crazy to see someone say no to that. I had to work at a hospital after surgery. Did it because of kids. Yeah, sometimes you got to work hard just because you're just responsible for other things. I do think that having kids really changes your life. You see things from a completely separate angle, which is different. And, you know, after having kids, it really has changed how I view the world. And I realized that a lot of my work and how I do things has to be motivated. Like, I have to live for somebody other than myself. And it really does. It creates a really large change in you. Whenever a company tries to tell you how good they are via commercials, I know that it's not good. There is something really beautiful about good work, and I don't know how to describe why it is. Like, I hate shoveling shit, but I have horses on my property, but there is something at the end of shoveling shit for like 3 hours that also feels really good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to describe it other than, you know, like when I work really hard to make something, there's also this inner pride for doing the thing that is hard that kind of comes out in me. I don't know. You know? Yeah, like literally piles of shit, actual piles of shit. Software engineering is an addictive job, but I do find that software engineering has less like reward as I think working like physically hard. Sell the shit as fertilizer and you'll even be more happy. Well, right now I just throw it in my field in the shit spot. How the hell do you maintain energy for work and personal projects and after work? You gotta, I don't know, I just do it. I find that energy comes as you do things, right? It doesn't, I never have energy to begin with. When I started this stream today, I had no energy. I was tired, wasn't feeling it. Feel fantastic. You know, I just kind of had to roll into it. In software, you build things that nobody sees. It's hard to point out and say, I did that. Big ass water jug. Holy moly, I joined from YouTube and did not realize you had this many people watching you. Yeah, how many are we at? We're sitting at almost 1,300. There's a lot of good engineers, but there's even more not good engineers. I think there's still lots of opportunity. If you're out there and you don't, you know, you feel like you can't get a job, you feel like you can't do this, blah, blah, blah. I do feel like there's a lot of opportunity for those that want it. I just wanted to do my daily due diligence and remind you that what you've been doing on Twitter and Twitch is inspiring and bringing happiness to at least myself. Thank you. I really do. I mean, I really hope that at the end of the day, with all the stupid things I say and all the dumb things we do, at the end, it's really just about trying to make you feel a passion. You know, and passions are real. They should be there. Hacky the sheep, thank you very much. And if the passion's not there, I want you to learn that you can foster it. You know what I mean? A lot of people feel like they can't do things and they wait for the emotion to be there, right? You wait for something to happen, and I'll tell you this much, it will never happen. You'll wait for the rest of your life. Don't wait. You can't wait. I cannot tell you. I don't know what it is, but I see too many people at this point always have the same thing where it's just like they're just waiting for some inspiration to make them feel like they want to do it. And they wait for themselves, because I always hear like, oh, I've always wanted to learn Rust, but I just, you know, like when I get off work, I just don't feel like it. I'm like, I agree with you. I don't feel like it either. You know, I'm on to my 5th front-end master course and I don't feel like it. You know, I really don't. It's hard. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of heartache to do it. I don't feel like it. But every single evening after I get done reading to my kids for 40 minutes, I go outside, go to my little separate place over here where I stream, and then I work, and I work, and I work, and I work, and that's that. And I just do it because it's not because I don't feel like it. I do it because I know that it's a good idea to do it. I'm opening up possibilities for people. I'm trying to make really good content. I'm trying to make something that I would have appreciated watching when I was younger. Yeah, Dr. K says progress over perfection. That's a perfect way to do it. Do you stream from a barn? No, not a barn. I do stream from a horse stall, though. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Progress over perfection. Never, you know, it's like cliff jumping. I always think of life a lot like cliff jumping. When you run and you jump, you don't know what it's going to feel like. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how you're going to feel about it. But you have this perception before you do it that it's really scary, that it's hard, that you couldn't do it, that, man, this is like, you just feel all these things. And then you jump off a cliff and it's totally different than everything you ever thought before that moment of jumping. It was different. Now, it still may be scary. It still may be uncomfortable. You may land goofy and get yourself hurt. But nonetheless, it is different than whatever you thought it was going to be. And I feel like that is a lot of life, is that you feel like you can't do it. You feel like you're not going to, you know, it's not going to be fun. You feel like, I could learn it, but who'd want to do that? But you're just sitting on the cliff and thinking about what the cliff could be like. Just jump off the cliff. Just do it. You know what I mean? You don't know what it's going to be like until you make that jump. Just jump off the cliff. Well, you know what I mean by jump off the cliff. I realize that could be taken really poorly. What I mean by jump off the cliff is like, try something hard. You know, do something you don't think you could do. Don't jump off an actual cliff unless of like, maybe it's like not more than 20 feet and into water that's deep enough, that would be okay. But I would definitely recommend not jumping off literal cliffs. I hear it ends every time poorly for the one with whom jumped. But yeah, it's great. Honestly, like even streaming, I streamed coding, thinking no one will ever watch me code. No one's gonna want to watch somebody code, right? No one's gonna want to watch somebody code, right? There are 1,400 people here. What the hell's that about? Right? Like, who would want to watch tech? I code all the time. You shut up. You've been here for 9 months, Sharper guy. You're not coding though. I don't code all the time anymore. I've been doing a lot of. I've been saving some of my juicy energy for. By the way, someone gave me a $200 tip. Can you believe that? All right, everybody. I hope you're ready to plug your butt because it's about to get loud. Where's the sound? Are none of the sounds happening? Here, I'll do it for you. Bang! Careful. All right, so I am a bad software developer, and this is my life. This would be my life too if I was a bad software developer. I'd be having that 5'7" energy, feeling real bad. I soon realized that I was not a skilled software developer. Doubling the salary, getting that sweet open. By the way, open software, like everyone, there is this weird notion in the software developer world that working in open source is like romantic. It's lovely. It's something that's just incredible. It is really hard. Working in open source is really hard, and it's not fun. It is just not fun. People think it's going to be amazing. Dude, it is not fun at all. Just having kids, having this kind of life, living the remote life and all that, just being able to be like, I'm just going to take some months off and rediscover my internals. Like, I just don't even have that privilege. I do think that this one thing that kids are really wonderful for is they give you a new drive in your life that lives outside of this like self-feeling kind of world, right? Like, I just don't have a choice. I gotta work hard and I gotta be great at my job. If something were to happen to it, I'd have to find a new one and be very proactive about it. There is definitely a hint of like depression / unhappiness, something unfulfilling that's going on here, and it doesn't sound like it's about coding. That's good. I mean, at least he planned. He's a good planner. Sounds like a very responsible person. Also sounds like every engineer I've ever met. I'm gonna go do something. Let me get out the spreadsheets. Let me just calculate. I made a graph, honey. And she's like, what are you doing? Stop making graphs. I made a graph. Here we go. You know, it's just like, all right, that's me every single time. Every time I do anything, I'm just like, at the end of the day, if it cannot materialize into a spreadsheet graph, I have not exceeded. I have not exceeded or succeeded. It's difficult for me to be confident in my abilities. This is a strange statement, honestly. Like, to me, when I read this is a really strange statement because I feel like right now, out of all times in our software engineering world, it feels like interviews are the easiest they've ever been. And what I mean by that is that 10 years ago, when I would interview, it was like, I need you to do a binary search right away. I need you to be able to do, like, I would go and it was just like pure technical, really drilling into all these things. Like, it was very technical. And I feel like the last few interviews I've been doing is much like the technical difference is way different. And so I definitely feel like it's like, I feel like if you've done it before, you should be able to do it today. You know what I mean? And plus, yeah, you know, it's just, I feel like you can do it. Perhaps you had some bad fits. You know, like, the thing is also 10 interviews. It's a relatively small amount of interviews. If you're really trying to, you know, interview, and you really want a job. I mean, honestly, 50 is a much better fit. And after 10, you really feel like, you know, for me, it always takes 3 interviews to get into the interview world. You know what I mean? I've been doing it a long time. Difficulty in relating to people. This is a very interesting take because I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'm definitely having mixed emotions, especially with this, you know, with this sentence. Like, hey, I've been rejected. I feel like the system isn't set up well. For me, when I hear those kind of things, I feel like this is like being upset at the thing because of something that's happening to yourself. But at the same time, like, I understand, like, hiring for technical stuff, it's never been great. Like, we've never had a good system. Can we all agree that there's not a good system right now. Like, I don't know if there could be a better system. That's the thing, is I don't know if there's a better system. You're making a 1-hour decision about how someone's going to perform in a multi-million line code base. Like, that's just a hard decision to make. And this guy has, it sounds like he has open source software, like, commits and everything. It feels like this, I mean, this should be getting him through the door. I mean, maybe he's not, maybe like he said, he has difficulty relating to people. Maybe he's not good at, like, showing this thing off, right? There's a duel, like, the first blood sounds, yeah, I know, a duel to the first blood sounds like the only true option. No, like, really, like, what is a better practice than today? I still have a really hard time with hiring in the tech world, because my personal favorite is I go and I want to talk to somebody, but I come in with no plan and I try to bounce off what they say and see how far have they gotten into tech. How excited can I get them about what they've worked on? Because I just want to see passion, excitement, and curiosity. And so for me, I feel like that's a really great thing to watch, but that's also like an inherent, more senior thing to look at. You know? Like, it doesn't, it's not something you can just do to anybody. When someone just comes out of school, sometimes they just don't have that skill because they were just always focused on school. They're trying to be a really good student. And so you have to test them in a different way. And so I find there's definitely like a testing curve. Last bad interview I had wanted me to break down exactly how DNS worked for a front end role. Yeah, see, Griffin, like, that's like a skills mismatch. Like, hey, I'm doing front end, break down how DNS works. I don't know how DNS works. I personally don't even know how it works. I've never actually implemented DNS myself, so I don't know really how it works. But I assume it's something like Dijkstra's shortest path, or one node tells you where to go to the next node to find the shortest path. I assume it's like that, and DNS says, hey, I'm looking for this, and the next node says, hey, I have that next one. You should come to me. And it goes, okay, actually, yep, this is the best one. Let's go here. That's all I know. I don't care how DNS works. I know that most issues come down to DNS, it seems like, on the internet. It's like regexes or DNS. That's just ridiculous. That's a bad interview. Again, bad interviews are just everywhere. I think people think of themselves too highly, and when they come up with an interview question, it feels easy for them because they know the question and they've done it. But it can be really hard for someone that has no experience in the question, like comparing two binary trees. I can compare two binary trees so fast. But if you've never really done it or thought about it, it could be really hard for you. I can compare two binary trees so fast. Someone's like, oh, you don't program on the stream. I'm doing an algorithm right now. Okay, I've been trying out Copilot for 6 months to see, is it actually worth it? So there you go. We compare both the left and the right. We do this, we do that. It's like, it's super simple. It's like it's not even that hard. It's like not even that hard, right? And doing that on a whiteboard and doing that in an interview is very easy for me because I've done it a lot of times, right? Once you've done it a bunch of times, it's super simple. But if you haven't done it, it's super easy to mess up. You know what I mean? And so I think that's one of those things where it's like, interviewing is most certainly a skill. And being able to do and like know your data structures really well makes interviewing easy. If you know leak code really well, you may not have a good time interviewing because you know leak code. You don't know your data structures. Learn your data structures. Become great at your data structures. Trust me, it's 100 times better. Leak code is mid at best. You'll be way better at interviewing if you just know what's happening. On the other hand, well, I mean, if you have open source commits and you're doing a good job, you're obviously a qualified developer, something else has to be going wrong. Interviewing is a skill. I think that's one thing people don't think about a lot. Interviewing itself is a skill. Like, you should be able to run interviews well. And I think a lot of times what people end up doing is they take a talented engineer and they just make them interview. And the problem about a talented engineer is that they often, like, at least as I find, that when a problem is simple, it feels like it's really simple. And when someone doesn't get a simple problem, it feels like they aren't a talented engineer. But there's also the problem of experience and familiarity, where something that is complex the first time you look at it is actually really simple the next time. It's funny how that works. It's funny how, like, rear view mirroring engineering is like such a huge problem in interviewing. And I feel like people just really struggle on it. Theo had a pretty good video on interviewing. I saw that one. It's very hard. It's hard. Any person, really smart people, really dumb people, really any people have a hard time teaching well. Teaching is really hard, and interviewing is a form of teaching because your goal is to lead the witness to just the right spot for them to be the most successful. Really, like that's your job, but it's extremely hard to do. And so there's definitely like a really big balance there. So I mean, he could very well be getting just blocked by a job because bad developers trying to do stuff. My ultimate goal was to provide a better life for my family by moving into a house with a yard. Oh, that just breaks my heart. I hate that, dude. Get out of the valley. The valley's horrible. This sounds like he's in the valley. I couldn't afford a house in the yard with a Netflix salary. It's just so awful out there. I was paying $4,000 a month for a house, and that is just rent only. Rent only. And I had a yard smaller than the room I stream in. Real talk. Ridiculous. This is actually a really good thing to think about, which is, yeah, this was years ago, so it's even more expensive and awful now. But this is something really good to think about. Completely leaving a job, it's hard to get back in. There's something about having a job and getting another one. There's something about that that's just much easier. Simply, just leaving jobs, for whatever reason, it just makes it harder to get a job. And obviously he's feeling the burn. Feel bad for the guy. But it just makes things hard. I mean, this is good. Those are all, expert C programming is great. Effective C++. I have effective C++ right there. I can see it. We have the same book. I contribute to open source projects in multiple languages such as C++, Perl, Python, and various Lisp-like languages. So this is interesting. So this right here is interesting. So this gives me a different kind of coloring on what might be going on. I do find that C++ centered jobs, I feel like the interviews are they're just different feel. It's, on average, I'm sure no one would be offended by this, but on average, I think that people who program C++ tend to be older, like at this point. Everyone that it's very hard to find a 20-year-old coming out of school passionate about C++. It's just like, there's no boot camps getting you ready for C++ 21, right? Like, it's just like, you just don't even find it. You just it's not it's a language no longer taught as a starting point anymore. Boomer. Game dev, on the other hand, very, very good. But game dev is a very specific branch. That's hard. It's just like, I haven't seen a boot camp at least coming with C++. And I think that you don't see a lot. You're passionate with C++, you're a rarity. Boomer++, I don't think it's a boomer take. I think it's just more of a rarity at this point. Except for in game dev, university still teaches, some do. The best university I've ever been to teaches C++. I think C++ is a really great language to use in school. I think C is really a great language to learn in school because C teaches you how a computer works, and I think that it's really good. Unreal Engine is doing the Lord's work, teaching people about C++. Isn't it moving to potentially Julia? Katas, I get you don't need to do katas necessarily unless if you're trying to learn something very specific. There is a benefit to doing katas, especially larger katas. I think a lot of times people do these katas where it's like, I'm going to program binary search 5 times. That's a great kata. Just memorize the function. Honestly, just memorize how to do binary search. Don't, memorize the path. Don't memorize every single step you need to take. And I find that to be a lot better. Like a better kata, I think, start up a server, build a WebSocket server, and build a chat room, right? Like, do something that's bigger. Do something with more girth to it. Try doing that as a kata. Do something that's larger, that's more beneficial. Do it in different languages. My confidence has been eroded by my mistakes, blunders, and rejections. Yeah, my confidence would be eroded too. I remember 5 years ago, I got rejected by Facebook. I felt stupid for it, and I know exactly why. I was programming a bunch of Go back then, and in the interview, the person was like, how do you return multiple things from a function? When you work in Go, you can do that. When you go back to JavaScript, guess what? Are you returning a bunch of things from a function? No, you return one object from a function with many items in it, or in an array with many items. So for me, it was like this crazy thing where it's like, you can't return multiple things in JavaScript. Because my brain was in Goland, right? Like, if you live in Goland, it's hard. Like, I couldn't even, I was just like, dude, you can't do that. And then he was like, are you sure? I'm like, positive, because I'm looking at it one way. He's looking at it a different way, right? It's super annoying. I understand the problem. This is hard. I think we should all pour one out for Muhammad. Oh, man, feels bad for you, buddy. You got this, buddy. I think a lot of people feel this way in general. I think right now, this is like, if there's ever been a feeling that a lot of people are feeling, this is it right here. Honestly. I feel bad for you. This is something kids do to a person. You get a new sense of purpose or a new direction in life. If you don't have kids, it's really hard, right? Like, I want my kids, I want to be able to say that I work hard and I do good things, and I want my kids to feel the excitement that I feel and to be, you know, proud of their dad, you know? Even though I know for a fact that work doesn't make them proud, you know, really, my kids love me because I love them. They love me because I'm going to try to I jump on the trampoline with them practically every day at this point. I mean, this whole sentence, this whole paragraph makes me feel really sad, you know, because obviously he's struggling for value, struggling to find it. Doesn't sound like a bad guy, just wants to make, you know, his family proud of him, wants to work hard and provide. But really, just reading this last part's really sad, and I think a lot of people feel this. I think in today, especially in today's world, I don't even think it's Muhammad, honestly. I think what you're seeing here is that right now, the programming world is much harder. You know what I mean? To get in is much harder. I think 2 years ago, you're working at a boot camp, you showed some talent, get the hell in, I'll pay you $100,000. It's not like that anymore. Companies are tight. Everyone is tightening down. And so when they have a choice, when companies have more choice, so there's two things competing, right? There's supply, obviously, and demand. Right now, we're having a supply problem. We have a lot of people there that there's a lot of middle-of-the-road, entry-level people, and that makes your fight to make yourself stand out extremely difficult. And so if you don't have a ton of experience and you're trying to work on stuff like, it's hard. It is hard, and I hope that he can find success. I think he could find success. I think the big thing for him is obviously you got to be drawn by need. I think is a huge driver. And if he's truly driven by the need that he's talking about, I think he will be successful. And I think as this world kind of turns and we get into a new era of where more companies are hiring again, I think it'll just be easier. It's just he chose the worst possible time ever to quit a job, and that feels bad. Sometimes you're a victim of circumstances too, right? Even if you are good, even if you're good at these things, you should spend less time. You know, you should spend less time worrying about like what you feel like you perceive yourself and try to be actionable. A good tip for anyone, if you get an interview and you get rejected, ask why. And be real on it. Like even in the interview. So usually when they have the last 5 minutes or the last 10 minutes, I have 3 planned questions every time I go into an interview. Ask those 3 questions. And if there's time left over, I say, let's see, is there any place in this interview I could have done better? And I want to hear them say that. Because A, I like challenging anyone that I'm talking to, because I want to see that, will people give you real feedback? Because if they go, oh no, everything was fine, and then they reject you, it wasn't fine, they just didn't have the guts to tell you. If they go, hey, I really felt like you were struggling right here, I really felt like you were doing this, that's great. You have a moment to talk about it, because you know, how funny would that be if they're like, oh yeah, you were struggling returning multiple things from JavaScript, and I go, oh, yeah, I've been doing Golang. You know, we could laugh about it. Could help change the situation. You'd better understand it, and you'd also be able to just like do better next interview. You know where you struggle. If you struggle with eye contact and saying a bunch, practice speaking without saying Honestly, practice doing things. Try to be better each time. Ask what went wrong, and ultimately, when you get the rejection letter, ask why again. Ask for specifics. Be like, hey, is there anything specific that you could call out for me? Because I really would like to learn. Do it in a very action-oriented way. Be like, hey, I'm very sad. I missed this job. I was very excited about it, but I really would like to get the next job. Could you please give me 2 or 3 things I could work on right now to get the next job? Because the next job, I don't want to get a no one. You're probably going to get a lot of, oh, well, we don't talk about it, but you'll probably get a lot of, oh, here are 3 things that the engineer said. It'll be great for you. What are the 3 prepared questions you mentioned? Depends on the company. I try to do a little bit of research in the company. I always ask, what is the work-life balance? Because I always color it with, like, as a person who didn't have a dad, as a person who grew up. Hey, it's Clitores. Hey there, Clitores. But as a person who grew up without a dad, I find it very important to be a father and to be present in my kid's life. When I am done with my job, I try to fully disconnect and be in the moment with my kiddos. How is work-life balance for you? How do you guys approach it? You know, I like to try to really get into, the weeds with that. And so that's always a question I'll always do. I mean, how many people do you meet that are completely normal? I'm a super weirdo. You know, I think you guys think that I'm like a normal person. I struggle socially. I'm a social struggler. I'm good on screen because this is like the most parasocial relationship you could possibly have. I'm a super weirdo. My wife is always like, you know, they were uncomfortable with X. And I was like, what? I think everyone was having a great time, you know? I can't confirm he showed up to a party on the wrong day. I literally showed up to a party on the wrong day and then gave people gifts. That's not a joke. TJ was there. As a junior, what questions should I be asking in an interview? Well, ask a lot, like, find what interests you, right? Ask them, how often are you in meetings? Like, if you're interested about how the company works, ask about, like, hey, how much decisions do you get to make versus how much is handed straight down? Like, ask about company culture, ask about this. Like, you got to come up with the questions yourself. You get the idea, though. There's a lot of questions to be asked, always. Oh, I did that, too. Come to a party. Yeah, dude, you came one day late? Never going to be successful with the attitude of, oh, let's see, I suck, I'm no good. Yeah, attitude makes a huge difference. Attitude makes a huge difference. The oversaturation of fresh junior devs, yeah. No, this is true. There is a serious oversaturation, and I hate this. I hate people that's like, okay, I don't hate people that say that. I hate the message. People that say that, I feel two strong things for. One, I feel pity because they probably did it. It's my assumption they probably did it. And they feel like anyone else should be able to do it. It's just, you're living in my life. If you take my exact steps that I did, you may or may not get the exact same solution. That's how life works, right? And second, if they're just there to try to make money off people, that kind of stuff, you know, I always think of one person. I think of the exact same person every single time. I go to TikTok. Let's go to dicktalk.com. Jump on TikTok for a quick second. This person is the person that just makes it just, okay, I don't want to upload. I don't want to upload. I thought that was, where do I click it? Dude, I'm such a boomer. Do you see how much of a boomer I am? I'm like the biggest boomer ever at TikTok. David A. Bragg. I can never forget his name because his name is literally David A. Bragg. But this guy does just constant, like, follow me for how to get jobs in X months. You know, best roadmap to 100K, all this kind of stuff. And, you know, just, this is the stuff that I think destroys so many young kids. Because they come in here, look at that front end simplified. See, it's always selling something. You're always selling something, right? All these people say I need 401k, and here I am just trying to get 100k. Look, TJ went live. Of course, TJ just went live. TJ is the world's greatest self-promoter. Look at this. He's been live for -10 seconds. We're gonna rate him before he's even live. This is the past, people. Sneaky guy. Sneaky. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Can I tell you guys something? There's 850 of you here right here. Can I be real with you guys for a second? Can I be real with you for a second? You know, recently I've taken up the activity of releasing these things on YouTube. And within almost no time, within less than a week, I have doubled my subs on my side channel. Look at this. Like, that is crazy. 24,000 views in a day? Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. If this keeps up, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, I got 7 more. Like, I'm sitting on 7 more reacts. I'm like, okay, what do we gotta do here? Should I slow it? I gotta slow it. Don't slow roll this. Maybe I'll double dip on Sunday. We don't know. Maybe I'll double dip on Sunday. You know what I mean? Release videos on the second channel, and one day you don't put vids on the main channel. Dude, I'm actually wondering, like, what happened if the secondary channel... So me and Flip have been talking, so I don't know if you know this, Candy, but we've been really talking. By the way, if you don't know Candy, he actually helped pull out these videos. Dude, he's so good at pulling out. He's so good at pulling out. And we found him because of this right here. I kid you not. I kid you not. Right here, Candy. Look at this. The boy has 450 subs. Pulling clips. Look at that. The man is just making clip content. Oh, look at that. Look how old that one is. 6 months ago? You love this channel, dude? It's crazy. I know. Just by pulling out the man is doing it. Like, that's so sweet. Like, look at it, dude. Look, dude, you. Oh, here, dude, I actually have you on the channel and I wasn't subscribed. Oh, look at that. Oh, shit.
So finally, you told Wojak about it.
Yes, but I don't think it went inside his head at all.
What do you mean?
Flashback.
I'm tired of explaining it to you, Wojak. We are not in a relationship.
Then what? We're getting married?
No, you idiot. I'm saying we are in an open relationship.
Huh? That's two is a relationship, isn't it?
To put it simple way, in an open relationship, you're allowed to have multiple partners outside your relationship.
You mean a kind of relationship only a whore will want?
Oh no! What did you just say, Wojak?
Nothing. I take it back. But Emily, I didn't agree for such a relationship.
Do you want me to leave you?
No. I agree.
Good boy. See you later, Wojak. I have a date with Chad tonight. Bye.
End of flashback.
So that's how it is.
Yes.
Meanwhile...
So that's your problem, Wojak. I can understand.
How can you understand? Are you having an open relationship with your girlfriend too?
No, Boomer. I can understand because I too don't have any girlfriend.
But I have Emily.
Really? You only pay tax, Wojak, but Chad owns her, I guess.
If it's going to be an open relationship, Wojak, then why don't you start enjoying yourself too?
Huh? Yes, you are right. Yeah, boy. It will be fun.
Don't push your luck, Wojak. Open relationship doesn't favor both of you in the same way. It's only women who mainly get the benefits.
What do you mean, Boomer?
Let me show you.
Hello there, handsome.
Yes, babe.
She was talking to me.
No, idiots, she was talking to me.
Are you single, babe?
In an open relationship, actually.
Then let's get going, darling. My house isn't very far from here.
Forget it, you jerk. I will take her home with my new car, and I am also going to buy her a necklace.
My Lamborghini is waiting outside to take you for a night of unlimited shopping.
Hey girls, I'm free tonight. Are you free tonight?
Go away, you ugly monkey.
Bruh. Are you free tonight?
Are you a millionaire?
No.
Sorry, I'm busy tonight.
Bonk. Are you free tonight? Bruh.
This is what is going to happen, so... Still want to try Wojak?
Boomer is right. Are you okay, Wojak?
Aced. An ally has been slain.
May 19th, 2022. Nikocado Avocado's 30th birthday, and the day he promised himself and the world he would quit.
I'm not doing this for life. Once I hit 30, I'm done. I believe once you're 30, that's when shit hits the fan. When I turn 30, we're done mukbangs. I'm going back to a healthy diet, better exercise, better routine, lifestyle. When you're younger, you get away with it more, but once you get older, it's abuse. Literally, it's abuse.
But did Nikocado quit on his birthday? Nope. That day he uploaded a mukbang ironically titled, I Will Never Stop Gaining Weight. But if not now, when? In 2020, Nikocado gained roughly 50 pounds. In 2021, 25 pounds. And so far, in 2022, he's gained an additional 50 pounds. 403.0 pounds. At this rate, Nikocado would reach 500 pounds by 2024. With his 30th birthday come and gone, Nikocado is kind of at a fork in the road. If he doesn't change now, when will he? Nick is obviously conflicted. Why else would he not quit on May 19th? Fans say they'd love to see him get healthy, but Nick knows most of his viewers aren't fans. They're haters. They're here to watch someone's downfall, to feel better about themselves, to motivate themselves to not be like him. And without this, they'll leave. It's not an easy choice, but time is up. Nikocado must choose. Will he continue to exchange his health for wealth, or will he choose the redemption arc? Quitting mukbang and pivoting to what would be the most watched weight loss journey in history, but risking it all in the process. And is Nikocado even capable of changing at this point, or is he already too far gone?
Nikocado! We're so worried for you. We're so sorry for you. When are you going to stop? I'm fine. I'll never stop.
What is going to happen to Nikocado Avocado? I don't even want to tell you guys how much Nikocado Avocado content I watched to make this video. And I didn't want anyone else to know either, and that's why I used today's sponsor, NordVPN. NordVPN significantly upgrades your online security and prevents government agencies, marketers, and your internet service provider from snooping on your online activity. Thankfully, no one except for me will know how much Nikocado Avocado I love. In my opinion, the biggest benefit of NordVPN is that you can access your favorite content from wherever you are in the world. With just a click, you can change your virtual location and unlock content that you otherwise couldn't watch. For me here in Canada, I can never watch Saturday Night Live. I click and I get the dreaded message, this content is not available in your country. With NordVPN, all you need to do is switch your location to the United States, and bam, I'm in the USA and can watch as much SNL as I want. Once you sign up for NordVPN at nordvpn.com/Kiana, you can access so much more content all over the internet. I don't know if you've ever seen the difference between Canadian and American Netflix, but it's huge. There are just so many more movies and TV shows you have access to with NordVPN. Just click and change your virtual location. With more than 5,200 servers in 59 countries, you can set your online location to just about anywhere you need it to be and watch that blocked content. Another thing I love about NordVPN is the speed. I have a really fast internet connection and there is no noticeable difference when I'm connected to NordVPN. No matter how many tabs of Nikocado I had open and how much Nikocado I downloaded, my connection was fast and there was no buffering at all. Get today's exclusive NordVPN deal at nordvpn.com/Kiana. Get 4 months free on your 2-year plan. It's a great way to support the channel and improve your online experience. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video.
My goal, actually, people laugh about it, but it is my goal. Watch, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna do these mukbangs for another year or two, and then I'm gonna lose weight and then do something with weight loss.
Every single day, hundreds of voices from every corner of the internet encourage Nick to quit YouTube.
This man needs to be stopped. You choose to keep gaining weight. Why? For money.
You should never feel like you have to kill yourself in order to get views.
He's well aware that he is throwing away his health, his well-being, his happiness, for the sake of some YouTube views.
But even if he genuinely wanted to quit for his health, is it really that simple?
I am here to wreck my health.
Nikocato's entire shtick revolves around making fun of his obesity and worsening health. For 2 years, he's been clickbaiting this descent, centering more and more of his content around his extreme and controversial lifestyle decisions.
My spine! This is all crushing my spine! You're literally going to pass away, and you keep adding to the problem.
People come to watch the train wreck. Would people still watch without it? What about mukbang? Lots of people's favorite genre on YouTube is watching other people eat. If Nick stopped mukbangs and tried something else, he'd immediately lose the percentage of his audience that come only for the food. Not to mention, this niche allows Nikokato to sit down, eat, and upload every single day. Daily uploads add up fast. Could he really replicate that easy money in any other niche? Plus, mukbangs are Nikokato's most reliable ticket to going viral. He can clickbait the crazy food, the challenges, the weight gain milestones.
I gained 5 pounds, I gained 5 pounds, we gained 5 pounds, we gained 5 pounds.
Plus, think of the windfall created whenever a big creator inevitably decides they must react to the insanity that is Nikokato's life. That's a recurring boost in views, clickable drama, and priceless internet-wide notoriety. Nikokato has mastered the art of enraging the masses for his benefit. The ongoing controversy of his dangerous behavior, weight gain, and over-the-top antics being constant free publicity. There's no denying that his current strategy is working for him.
Why did you steal my Takis, peasant?
He's the infamous internet character crazy enough to willingly exchange his health for money. And people just can't stop watching. And so far, we're just talking about YouTube ad revenue. What about all his other revenue streams?
Here comes the money. Here comes the money.
In one video, he said he sold 16,000 I identify as skinny t-shirts. That's $480,000 in revenue, and just one of many styles he sells on his site. His OnlyFans, which is apparently extremely successful, leans heavily toward the stuffing/feeder crowd, who would likely not appreciate a much leaner Nikokato. And if he's really in the top 0.14% of OnlyFans creators, he probably makes somewhere close to $50,000 a month on the site. Nikokato is probably making well over $1 million to do what he's doing right now. Whatever you want to say about the guy, he's got a crazy work ethic and is a hustler. We are talking millions of dollars on the line for this guy, which is a massive incentive to keep doing what he's been doing, regardless of the cost to his health. If you found a way to make millions of dollars per year, would you quit? I can already hear people in the comments being like, you can pay me enough to damage my health. And I get it, I do. But lots of us damage our health willingly every single day for free. We'd all like to think that we'd be better than that, but when it came right down to it, a lot of us would take the money. Even some of the people who believe to their core that they would never do that, a percentage of them would also take the money. It's human nature. And it's not even like Nick kind of like set out to be this guy, it just sort of happened. In 2016, Nikokato Avocado stumbled into a new niche on YouTube.
So the idea of mukbang or mukbang is that like you eat with someone else who is lonely. Like I think the idea is like I just eat and I talk to you while I'm eating so that when you're by yourself eating, you can eat with me. So hi, how are you doing? I hope that you are having a good day. Let's begin our dinner date, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who the frick is gonna watch this.
Some people might consider eating on camera for a living a dream job.
I think this is my first cheeseburger in 10 years, yeah.
Oh my god. And Nick had accidentally discovered what would turn out to be an extremely profitable place for himself on YouTube.
How is all of this gonna go into my body? I don't know what I've made. I really don't know what to say. Ta-da! It is meal time. It is time to get blood.
By October 2016, he was uploading mukbangs almost every single day. And over the next few years, the mukbang genre would explode in popularity, taking Nick right along with it.
Right now, you're the biggest mukbanger. You have 3 channels that consistently, you said, get over 10 million views a month, basically. Right?
On one of the channels, yeah.
And well, the other one you said gets like 9, 10, the first one.
Yeah.
And the other one gets what, a couple million, you said?
Like 13. Yeah. The third one.
crowning Nick the king of mukbang.
If I keep uploading at this rate, we'll be able to get that house we were looking at. Who knows, maybe we can even get matching G-Wagons.
But lately, mukbang just isn't what it used to be. Creators that used to pull in millions of views per video are fading into irrelevance. B Loves Life, a mukbang veteran with 3 million subscribers, gets barely 1/10 of the views she used to. Other big creators in the genre just stopped uploading. Would putting his health on the line really be worth it if the downward trend continues? And is this a signal that it's maybe time to quit?
I'm gonna be 30 next year. Oh my god, subscribers. I'm gonna be 30! This is my last year of mukbang. I'm 29 today. When I turn 30, we're done mukbang. Well, at least science. It's my birthday, and I'm fat! What is happening to my life? I am eating on camera for a lifestyle! October 5th is my 6-year streak of doing mukbangs, like, every day or almost every day.
In his most recent videos, Nikocado seems to have lost the passion he once had. I mean, after 6 years and over 200 pounds of weight gain, how could you not lose your passion? No matter how much you enjoy it, eventually, fast food all starts to taste pretty disappointing. And there's something about Nikocado lately that just doesn't feel the same. His videos feel less creative, his energy levels lower, and he often shows up seeming kind of sad. Maybe it's because during an honest-sounding interview posted to James Marriott's channel in 2020, Nick was adamant that he'd never hit the 400-pound milestone.
I wanted to know, what is the reasoning behind 300 pounds? Why is it 300 pounds the benchmark?
Well, 300 because that's the closest thing I'm to. Like, I'm not gonna do 400, that's too far.
Nick has said before that with each increment of weight gain, life gets a little bit worse for him.
Every time you go up another milestone, 300, 310, 320, 330, 340, 350, 360. Every increment, everything becomes harder. You have no more energy. It's harder for you to do everything.
For years, Nick claimed that the day he turned 30, he would stop doing mukbang slowly. And on June 26, 2022, 38 days after his 30th birthday, Nikocado suddenly stopped uploading. The internet thought he had finally quit. Yet on August 5th, 2022, he returned. While so much of Nick's persona is fake, there's one thing that's very real. The daily assault to his body and the 200 pounds of weight gain. He might be in on the joke, but he still has to suffer the consequences.
On a real level, how do you cope with making content that out there and that emotive?
I don't.
I don't.
At the beginning of Nikocado's fame, as he started to get really into the antics that we know him for today, a lot of people were concerned that everything we saw on camera was real. But we all know by now that Nikocado Avocado is somewhat of a character.
I am the villain. I make myself one. And people will consume these stories year after year after year. Stories that are deliberately made to blur the boundaries between fact and fiction.
You learn very quickly on YouTube that negativity, drama, hate pays. And Nikocado isn't afraid to leverage those things against himself to get you to watch.
I'm disabled!
He is uploading a series about why he is currently disabled.
He's bringing disabilities and people with disabilities, disabled people, into his trolling.
He is like now disabled. It is the
Not
difference.
cool.
Yeah, not cool.
Resulting in a sort of online infamy, an anti-fan base built mostly of people who want to watch the train wreck. But here's the thing, as Nikocado continues to up the ante, to behave like this, almost every single day for years, stuffing his face and putting so much emotion into each video, purposely making himself a laughingstock and watching the disdain roll in with each viral stunt and notch on his belt. Even though he's choosing this, he created this clickbait persona, there's no stopping the force of the physical and psychological toll of this job.
It's so fun, but it has consequences that's not really talked about in society. It has consequences to your existence in your head. It alters the way you think and the way you feel
I already talked about what fast food does to your brain in this video on Nikocado, if you haven't seen it yet. And we're really not just talking about the physical effects, it's the psychological effects. A study published in 2019 shows that actors' sense of self are profoundly changed by the character study. Brain scans demonstrate that actors quite literally lose themselves in the characters they play. The lines between truth and fiction become blurred, and chaos on screen can quickly translate to chaos of the mind. That is to say that orchestrated or not, there's not just the physical cost of doing this job, but doing this on the internet for an extended period of time is probably making Nick feel awful. And although people write him off as a moron, he's way more self-aware than people give him credit for. And therefore is probably deeply conflicted about his current employment.
This has been the greatest social experiment I've come to know. I'm really smart. And the funny thing is, no one thinks it.
How long can someone really go knowingly harming themselves before they have to stop?
I mean, you're talking to someone that was a health nut. I was a health nut for years. Was on this path and I just fell off the cliff. So that's what makes my story so much more alarming, funny, interesting, disgusting, whatever you want to call it.
Some people think that Nikocado is a mindless glutton, an idiot, and all that he knows is crap food. The thing is, there is a lot of evidence that Nikocado is extremely health conscious. Oh yeah, you heard me right. I said Nikocado Avocado is health conscious.
Remember, I came to veganism from a health perspective. And also, it was walking a fine line. I'm walking a fine line now with my health, clearly. But I was walking a fine line back then, too, with on the other side, you know. We weren't even adding salt to our food for a period of time. That is dangerous.
Though he doesn't claim to be healthy, Nick has been curious and knowledgeable about health for a long time. If you watch enough of his content, you'll find him trying to mitigate the damage he's causing his body with things like collard greens and berries immediately after or even during filming. He also works with a dietitian.
Aren't you concerned? Aren't you worried? No, I'm not. Because I eat fruits and vegetables and I take extra vitamins. And I have a dietitian who is working with me to make sure everything's good. So mind your business.
Nick is self-aware and insightful, and his brief moments of realness are often endearing and witty. Meaning that Nick is certainly painfully aware of the damage that he's doing his body. The cognitive dissonance must be too real. And he's likely also aware that if he keeps going the way he's going, some of this damage may become irreversible. But there's one way out, the redemption arc. If Nikocado can pull off a 200-pound weight loss journey, he'll become more of an internet legend than he already is, but for the right reasons this time. And while it would certainly be good for his health, it might also be good for his bank account. The content could last for years. You can imagine the endless ups and downs to the story. So many clickbait and troll moments, so much drama that could be stirred up. Sure, he'll lose the feeders, haters, and those who just come for the food, but he would reach new people and find new fans in a bigger niche. And sure, he may lose some OnlyFans revenue, but he'll gain sponsorships and can create products.
I'm very smart. I've outsmarted half you guys before you even born. I'm always 5 steps ahead of you. I know how it's gonna end, start, repeat.
Nikocado has said over and over again that this transformation has been planned since almost the beginning. But here's the thing, you never quite know when he's trolling. Half the time he acts like he's in complete control, 2 steps ahead and could change any day that he wants. But the other half?
I'm on the edge of my weight. That is spiraling out of control. I guess it is food addiction too, but I don't want to admit that. I'm an idiot. I'm addicted to the food, I'm addicted to wasting money, I'm addicted to making money. I am not mentally well. I'm not okay. I hate being fat. I hate it. I just want to be normal. I want to be able to just be normal. It's like a smoker. Like, they know they're not supposed to smoke, but they're gonna smoke. Like, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, they know, but they're gonna. My health, my weight, is spiraling out of control, and I miss being skinny.
Is he addicted to food? Only Nikocado knows which version of events is the truth. And it is a lot harder to lose 200 pounds than it is to gain 200 pounds. And while change is never impossible, there is one huge obstacle Nikocado must overcome.
I know I should be eating better, but I don't want to change right now. I just, and all I need to do is make some little changes to make a difference. But I don't want to change right now. I just.
He has to actually want to change. But if he can conquer that, I think he'd find a way to make his journey to health one of the most watched things on the internet. And most importantly, he can fucking do it. Whatever his faults are, he is clearly a dedicated man and a hustler. Nikocado knows what to do. It's just about taking that leap out of his comfort zone. Leave your comments below. Do you think Nick is about to start his redemption arc era? And if you do think he can do it, maybe leave him a comment encouraging him.